50 shots when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack when I'm traveling. 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 Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack when I'm traveling. Sure. Seeking a place where young free and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Sure. Seeking a place where young free and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Sure. Seeking a place where young free and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack when I'm traveling. 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 Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack when I'm traveling. 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 Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack when I'm traveling. Sure. Seeking a place where young free and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Sure. Seeking a place where young free and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Sure. Seeking a place where young free and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack when I'm traveling. 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 Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack when I'm traveling. Sure. Seeking a place where young free and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Sure. Seeking a place where young free and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Sure. Seeking a place where young free and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling.
But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by
So the
women?
majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women?
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't go well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I could see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get Black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow.
Like that.
What I think will fix is if Black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
Explain what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put them in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like,
Yeah, is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think about
it's
biology.
ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies or
Poli-sci, political science?
Poli-sci, okay. Or criminal justice? It's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight. But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
This Might Be Risky sponsorship package is here. Have your ad run on our live streaming episodes, linked in the video description and attached to our many hot take clips. The channel is fast growing with thousands of views and subscribers. Don't miss your chance to grow your business on one of the fastest growing platforms on YouTube. Join the family today. This Might Be Risky. Email us at thismightberisky@gmail.com if interested. Hashtag Indeed, hashtag do the right thing.
You want answers! I want the truth!
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. DJ Hamp, this might be risky. We here.
It's a stampede! DJ Hamp the stamp. DJ Hamp the stamp.
Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Get the likes up, man. Black Dawn, what's popping?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Everything's everything.
Everything is everything.
White man ain't work you too hard today, did he?
Nah, I worked the right man.
That shit was good. But it was a good. I liked it though. I liked it though.
I immediately realized it when I said it. I was like, too late.
Hey, but you know what? You held frame. You held frame like, you know what? It is what it is. Man, oh man. Sean, what's good? Oh, wrong one.
Shit, ain't nothing, bro. Chilling. What's the word?
Trying to do my best, man. Trying to do my best, man. Salute, 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 man. Thank you for being here. You heard?
Man, appreciate the invite, bro.
Indeed, indeed. Crimson. What's going on?
Hey, how you doing? How's everybody?
We are doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm doing pretty good. It's past my bedtime, but we all right.
Thank you. Like, tell him again.
Listen, I'm an old woman. I ain't afraid to say that. It's past my bedtime.
Let's see. We'll see how far we can make it, man. What love, your generation, what do y'all take to stay up? You know, we drink Red Bull. What did y'all
I get a nice introduction like everybody else. I'm on a Wednesday and almost a year. No, about 6 months.
Man, oh man. Oh, y'all drink what's that orange stuff they used to drink?
Butthole.
Tang. No, that don't give you energy.
I never take a day in my life. You are nuts.
Man, oh man. HQ, what's up?
How's it going, everybody in the panel? Hi.
We're doing well. How are you? You all right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Shit like that.
Cheeky, what's popping?
Perfect.
How y'all feeling? Good evening, everybody, panel and all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How you? Everything's everything?
Yes, sir. Can't complain.
Indeed. Who gonna listen, right? That's what's up, man. Lady Di in the building. What's going on? We, you know, they can't hear you waving, right?
And I was muted. What's up, y'all? How are you doing? How's everyone?
We're doing good, man. We're doing good, man. I thought it was a heat wave, right? Up north, right?
Yeah.
Like last week?
Hot. Yes.
It cooled down since?
Yeah. Yesterday it was windy, so that worked out.
Okay. That's what's up, man. Glad you're here.
Thanks for inviting me.
Yes, ma'am. Love was popping.
Hello. Greetings. We gonna be good tonight, me and you?
Yeah, man.
Yesterday afternoon. Let's not do it again tonight, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But I knew when we start kissing, I found love.
Mm-hmm. Hank was popping.
What's going on, big brother? Right on.
Indeed. How you?
And it's all good. That made love day when you did that little clip of her.
Mm-hmm.
No, he just went off right. We eye to eye.
Hey, right. Love, can you do me a favor? Can you let everybody get their intros? Like you trying to get shine on everybody else's intro. Have you noticed that? By green tea, do you mean Jameson? Is that what code? Is that the code? Man, oh man. Hank, my bad. Hank, what's popping?
No, I you look, he brought love in on Wednesday. She don't know how to act no damn more. You know, she got her man. She don't know how to act no damn more. I don't know what it is, but it's all good, Ham.
Indeed. Sway, what's good? Sway, what's up, man?
What's going on, Ham?
Everything's everything, man. I already had those sound effects. They weren't especially for you. I just didn't use them for anybody else specifically. You know what I mean?
I feel you. Definitely it spelled out 4 different sound effects. SW.
Indeed, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So we were here last week, a little bit different of a panel. Same topic. The results last week were frankly unbecoming. That was probably the first time on a panel I got slightly disheartened. Usually we have conversations, right? And they go every which way. I don't really have an intention for them per se in terms of how exactly I wanted to go. They often just go how they go. Generally speaking, I think the panels are ran decently well. Things go awry quite often, but specifically last week, I curated it on purpose for a specific result, and it didn't meet that result. So I had to take the onus on that. But I said it's only right that we try again. You know what I mean? So we are here. Bridging the gap, man. Sway was looking at some old episodes when we had the generation of conversations. He hit me and said, hey, why don't we do an entire series on, you know, bridging the gap, some of the divides between the generations, the where, what, and why. I said, okay, that's a good idea. Oftentimes this is probably the main thing we talk about on the majority of the panel, just relationships amongst men and women. You know, oftentimes when we're giving or getting advice, I think we do a lot of talking at each other. When older people try to teach the youngers, it doesn't really resonate from what I gather. So I think we just need to understand and create a baseline and find some similarities. You know, I think oftentimes if you find a similarity, people tend to, you know, you can agree a little bit more. You know, you have things in common. So the first thing I was thinking about, I say my rejection rate was about 70%. So I got rejected about 70% of the time chasing women. But my close rate was 30%. I will argue that's not bad. You know, you hit 300. That's 3 out of 10 pitches, right? You know, but nevertheless, the majority is rejection. I'm bugging Sean. I'm right. I'm on par so far.
Hey, man, look. All you need is one at the end of the night, bro. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
Yep. You get rejected 20 times. You get 2 numbers. You go home on cloud 9. You know, but it's like when we are talking to the younger generation, we act like, you know, everybody on YouTube wear their underwear on the outside of their pants. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't understand. Like we caught them bullets too. It's just that we reacted to it in a different way. So my first question is simple. Was it easy to approach women? Because I did it, but I never thought it was easy. It's actually difficult, but you just kind of walk through it. You know, I think that's what bravery is, generally speaking, right? Being afraid, but doing it anyway. And I don't know if it was afraid like that, but you guys catch my drift. Sean, what's your thought?
So no, it's never been easy to approach women. I think for me personally, I hated the cold approach. I like to be more strategic. So say for instance, there were times when if I was around a woman and we were vibing, we were talking, everything felt good. Lots of times if I knew I was going to see them again, I wouldn't give them my number or ask for theirs. But by the next time we saw each other, it just felt much more natural. So I never wanted to come off as thirsty in that way. The other thing too is I realized at a young age, never approach girls when they're in a group. If it's you one deep and I see these 4 women, I'm not coming up to you because now you got to get the approval of all of them. So now I'm just gonna wait and be patient. So I guess I've always had the benefit of patience and discernment. And so I like to kind of, you know, have a slow burn. But it depends. Now if we had a frat party or something like that and I catch you, you know what I'm saying? If you reckless eyeballing, I was on your ass, you know what I'm talking about? But other than that, I took my time with it, but it was always hard. Pause.
She was choosing, right? Man. I think that's the next question for sure. It aligns, right? Choosing signals, identifying, and were they any different yesterday than today? Hank, was it ever easy approaching women?
No, it wasn't easy. But it got fun after a while when you make games out of it. You understand what I'm saying? When we went to the mall, the McDonald's, out to the theater, you know, who's going to get the most numbers? So when you make a game out of it, it became a little easier because you became numb. You know, your calluses already built up being rejected so much, so it didn't matter no damn more. But you had to put that practice in. And so Sean said he don't like the approach route. I mean, I don't really like doing that either. But I do it just to test my mettle, to see what they're going to say. I'm not looking to really trying to prove them because more likely I'm going to get a no. But just to see what happens, just to test my game.
Yeah. So you go to the group of 4?
Yeah, why not? See what happens. See what I'm gonna roll the dice and see what goes down. And let me tell you this: I'm going for the ugliest one at the table. That's what I'm gonna do just to make hear me out, big brother. Hear me out. I'm gonna go for the ugliest one at the table to get on that goddamn dance floor, and I'm gonna freak like I'm a black Chippendale dancer. And then the rest of the friends gonna be looking jealous because they couldn't get that dick. You understand what I'm saying? So when I come back to the table, now they're lining up ready to get out there because they want me to do the same goddamn way. Wow.
Hey, Lady Di, you want to say something?
It's a strategy.
Lady Di, you unmuted. You wanted to say something?
I expect that from Hank, so that's cool. You see, he's funny, but that's honesty. I like that. So it's like you're telling your story, but then it's like kind of like a hint, like this is what you did, and this is how you was able to get, I guess, the attractive women, right? Hank, is that what you were saying?
Whenever I went to a group of them at the table, you know, I would hit the ugliest one, what I consider the least most attractive, and just to try to, you know, to get their attention. You know what I'm saying? Just to try to make them think about some things. Wonder, would he do that to me if he pulled me on that dance floor?
Did it work though?
Oh yeah, it worked though.
And he's, you know what? When he said that, I was laughing because it's competition for women. So when they see, to his point, the least attractive, whatever that is, to the person's eye, the women who think they could get any man, right? They're gonna be like, well, dang, I look better than her, even though they friends. They think this in their head. I look better than her. So how was she able to pull him? So I could see how that worked. That's crazy though, but I can see how it works.
That is a risky approach in my estimation, because oftentimes I don't think I ever did it, but what I see in my head is the other three friends like, oh, he like her. We not checking for him now.
That's what I would have thought. That's what I would have thought. Like I wouldn't if he talked to my homegirl, I'm not gonna be like, yeah, let me talk to you now. That's just not how me and my girls roll. So that's what I'm saying. It's kind of risky. It's a strategy, but it's kind of risky.
Well, see, y'all taking an aspect like I was talking to her. No, I just wanted to dance. That's all I was doing. I was trying to get a dance from her. I wasn't looking to get a number, trying to push up on her like the last call for alcohol.
Real bad feedback.
You got feedback. Let me see. Hey, Sean, mute real quick. Let me see something. Hank, what were you saying? Hank.
No, what I was saying is, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So what I was saying was, I wasn't trying to push upon like I'm trying to get a number, nothing like. I just wanted to dance, warm up. You know what I'm saying? It's like me coming into the gym. I got to stretch before I get up under that bench and lift that weight. So she was my warm up. She was my stretching. Yeah, that's all I'm doing.
You just was freaking her real good. Like again, I personally wouldn't do that, and I think it is Sean's thing that's making that feedback.
Yeah, Sean, you got feedback for some reason.
Let me.
His volume is just picking up. His mic is picking up his volume.
Yeah,
have to turn it down or echo cancellation or something.
I'll check him when he come back.
I have a question. I know. Is that okay if I ask a question to the guys?
Just give me a second. Cheeky, is it easy approaching women?
Yeah, for me, yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
it's
why?
a conversation. Like it's nothing big, no big deal. And then since I do videography, a lot of the times girls want to get some type of video because that's their thing. They really, get me. Like anytime they see a camera or certain things, they get more drawn to it, or they want to be in the video or photo, whatever the case. So that can lead to a conversation, or you can just chill. Like if we go out, I just hang at the bar, talk to the bartender, and then if somebody sit next to me, I'll talk to them. But yeah, it's not hard to just.
Is that Mac? Are you trying to like approach them in terms of trying to get a phone number, or you just starting conversation?
I'm just starting conversation, trying to get somebody's phone number. Like when I do that, I don't have a low success rate. Like I just have to want to do it through the conversation.
Yeah,
because
I can strike a conversation in a friend zone way. I'm talking about if I'm really trying to get access to her.
Well, for me, it's easy because it's very similar. Like if I like what you're saying and I think the conversation's good and you don't sound like a dummy, then yeah, I'm gonna get your number. And if it don't work after the fact, then it is what it is. But for the most part, it's not. I don't have low success rate with that.
Okay, and I noticed you added the prop in. So with you pull the cam, you make a reason to say you do photography, or do you work that into the conversation?
Now, if you see my Instagram, right, like you'll see what I do. It's part of the portfolio. So what happens is I'm just doing what I do naturally, and then because people want to be a part of it, especially women, they want to see themselves. That is a conversation starter, but I don't bring it like, oh, I'll bring my camera so I could talk to somebody. No, like I don't. Just bringing my camera because it's what I do.
The Instagram point is so is there a level of familiarity before you even approach the women? Is that what it?
No, not all the time. Sometimes, yeah, because we'll go to the same spots. Like if you go to Underground Atlanta, some people be there, but if you go to MJQ, some people be there. If you go to another place, some people. So sometimes you run into the same people, but for the most part, it's just people when they see a camera, they want to pose, they want to do certain stuff. So
that's what I'm saying, though. I don't know. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Is Cheeky answering the same question I'm asking? The same question I asked Sean and them?
No. Like if you were not the videographer, and you were just at Costco or wherever you shop. I'm just naming stores. And you're off duty. You're not working right now. You ain't trying to get no footage. And you saw someone you like.
Okay, I get what you're saying. So yeah, even being at a mall or a gathering, sometimes we'll make a bet. Like, I bet you can't get her or go get her or go approach her. I'll do that, and that's not hard for me to do. It's a girl. Get the number, come back, talk with her, see if something's come from that. If you don't like her from that, then just I'm not interested, or look, I just don't think we vibe or connect, and then move to the next.
Yeah, 100%. But I've done it many times, right? But I have to do a level of like prepare, like and it may be 3 seconds, right? But I set my mind to it and then walk over there. You know what I'm saying? That's a long walk back, and when you get turned down for some reason, the dance floor get even longer.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, because you gotta walk over there. You gotta go. You know what I'm saying?
I think, but to me, it's just I think just do it. I don't know. I don't think about that. I just go, okay, I'll just do it. Just I don't be worried about it. Just go do it. And if it don't work, it just don't work. Yeah, they clown. Like, yes, they clown or they laugh, but they got to do it too. So it don't really affect me. It's just
and I wouldn't say it's necessarily, but it's just like, damn. You just got a moment like, damn. All right.
Maybe I think I'm autistic, so it don't really matter to me. Okay. Oh well.
I ain't know if we're supposed to laugh at that or not.
He said it.
Wait a minute. He said. Okay.
I mean, if you say no, you say no. Like, that don't really bother me though. It's just especially talking with women they do that to a lot of men, and I don't feel like that's such a big deal.
What you think, Black Dawn? I'm getting this right.
Stop the cap.
I don't know. It just I'm getting that urge. But Cheeky don't generally cap, so I think he believe it. I don't know. What you think, Black Dawn?
Is it easier to approach women now? I would say depending on where you at. Like, so I'm gonna just be real with you. My batting average is low. I ain't gonna cap to y'all. Like, I ain't hitting no damn 30%. Let's keep this shit honest, right? But it kind of depends on where you at. So I live like right next to the beach, and like everybody is chill. So it's very easy to approach people of that who on that type of time, right? For me personally, I kind of moved over more to like dating apps because I feel like it's much more easier than just doing cold approaching. So
is that
for me?
Now I disagree. Now I ain't gonna hold you. Now I tried that. The dating app thing is, I don't know how anybody get it. That is crazy. Now approaching is totally different. They get vibes and stuff. And I've had women tell me like, "Oh, you're not the same. Like, I didn't get the same vibe when I met you. It's like it's different. I enjoy and it's like that's but through a dating app, no way. I don't see how you doing that through a dating app. Me personally, that is all time low. I don't think I ever just pick. No, it's just always weird. Like
they gotta pick you.
Talking to a girl when there's one outside. No.
Yeah, but you gotta meet them eventually. In real life, I mean. You gotta meet them. Still gotta talk to them, see what the vibes is. Like, I think it's with dating apps, it kind of gets like the bullshit out the way. Like, if you want a dating app, you already know what time it is. Like, you don't have to like wonder or guess if she really on that time or not. Like, or is she trying to put me on the friend zone? No, we all know what we here for. So it kind of gets that out of the way.
So Crimson, when we have these conversations, especially amongst men, this is, and I'm gonna ask Sway. But this is seemingly where we start to divide, right? Young bucks start mentioning shit like dating apps. We like, nigga, that ain't approaching, right? And then we go, nigga, this you broke. You know how all the common things. And now we're not doing that tonight. But do you see why we be like, that ain't approaching?
I do, because it's a different social dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
It's different for somebody to leave you on read on a dating app. They just don't reply, right? That is a form of rejection, but it's not as to the soul as it is face to face with a woman you actually wanted to talk to, and then she turn around and
however she rejects you, whether it's politely, not polite, whether she laugh or whatever her response is, if it's negative towards that hit different in your face. So being around men, right? Because I'm a Gen Xer, for anybody that didn't know. I just had my birthday, Gemini's up. So I just turned 46. So I'm a Gen Xer, right? So I watch men, I brothers, you know what I'm saying? I was the homie in school. So I was a tomboy, so I was around boys and men all the time. And just watching them have to build the social skill that it takes, and really the courage to talk to a woman or a girl and know that probably there was a high percentage that she was going to not say yes or whatever, at least initially. And then you got to go back to your boys and they going to clown you. You can get a number, I bet you I get, that type of thing or whatever. It's different on a dating app. Now we have to accept that that's what it is now, though, on the other hand. So it's a different social dynamic, but we also have to accept what it is. So we can't tell the younger generation of men that they can't use a dating app or that that's lame. I personally think they should do both, a mixture of both. If you want to be on a dating app, be on a dating app, but also don't allow the internet and the social media aspect to deter you from actually doing it in real life, because that's a different social skill. It's soft skills that you don't get online that you have to get in real time.
Yeah, and I agree with that. Like, for the most part, like, I still think that people should still go outside and go to social events and still socialize, right? That's a part of the human experience just in general, right? But at the same time so when I hear him say that's not approaching, it's like, so you don't consider that approaching because it's much more easier and you get a lot less backlash or something doesn't work out, or that's why I'm still kind of confused. Because the thing is with dating apps, it's like it kind of takes out the filler. You kind of just jump straight to it without all the extra stuff.
Yeah. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, we can't just cast it aside, but because it's such an easy path of resistance, right? Like when Crimson was saying it, I understand it, but I wanted to ask her a follow-up, but your question kind of leads into it. People often, Crimson, my thought is people take the least path of resistance most often. So what I fear is they'll err on the side of dating app and negate having to go outside to an extent from what I see. So when I DJ at the club, like there's not a lot of dancing. Though when I DJ at the older clubs, they be dancing like the old cats still be approaching and etc. The younger cat, they just look fly. They don't do nothing with the flyness.
No one wants to be embarrassed, like not knowing how to dance and shit. But like, you still. So hold
on, Black Dawn. But you see what I'm saying, Crimson? Yeah. Right? So they just instantly just go dating that because of that.
Because, like you said, it's the path of least resistance. It hit different in real time.
Yeah.
To talk to a woman, but you still gonna have to talk to her anyway.
Yeah, you still gonna have to talk with her.
Yeah. Online, and then you get in front of her, you're still going to have to talk to her and interact. And it's interesting because this is actually coming from y'all are speaking from the male point of view, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But I just, y'all can't, the young guys, please, I'm begging y'all, don't neglect the real time. I saw a woman out when I was out and I liked her and I walked up to her or created a situation where it wouldn't be, looking crazy for me to talk to her or whatever. Like, don't deny that, because it's a different social set. It allows you to understand how women react in real time to stuff. Because online she can do whatever. She got time to think too about how she gonna respond, just like you do. But on the spot is different, because the part that's not talked about as much is that women are suffering from the social awkwardness too. It's a lot of socially awkward young women
So
They don't know how to be talked to.
That's the hold on, Crimson. Hold on, Crimson. We gonna get there. I just want to get the because we do a lot of talking to men, you know what I mean? But that's the part. And then Crimson, what's your sign? Gemini? Can y'all read minds or something? Is that what that comes with that? Okay. I don't know nothing about that shit. You know what I mean? Love, you had a question. I kind of want to get Sway in a little bit, but also, do you remember your question?
Of course I do. And it was revolving around what we literally just talked about. Because as I said before, path of least resistance. And do they find it easier? We already talked about it. I don't want to regurgitate it or rehash it.
Okay, so we already got to the question. Okay.
I was going to ask it, but you did it already. So
we got it? Okay, perfect. Sway, is it easy?
Is it easy to cold approach?
I would say that's what we're talking about. I would say, yeah, that's probably the question.
No, it's not easy.
But Cheek said it was easy.
Well, Cheeky's not cold approaching. He's just being himself.
What does that mean? Like talking to people?
He's just himself. And fortunately enough, women like himself. He doesn't have to do anything or be anything or try to game or just even show any intentions. He's just himself, and they vibe with him. They like with him. And over time, then they get to be where it is. He's not the type of dude a one night stand. You know, Cheeky a virgin, right? I mean, it's just that. Like he not on the same intentions. Like if you're gonna ask him specifically, then you know what I mean. Then it's just not going to be the same.
Don't do that. Hey, sorry, my bad. Wait, Ham, don't do that. All right.
I didn't say nothing to you. I didn't even look at you. Shit. I didn't even look at you. I didn't say a word. Go ahead, Sway. Sorry.
No, I mean personally, I'm decent at it. I don't have a problem. The only issue for me is if I don't like the whole go bag that with you with your homies. I'm not for that, because if I don't want it, I have a hard time actually doing it. But if I want you and I'm trying to bag you, I don't have a hard time approaching you or doing what I need to do and then getting my intentions across. Not like, oh, I'm trying to fuck you right now type of. But you also know I'm not trying to be your friend. You know what I mean? And so I can get that same impression across, in a cold approach, but that takes understanding where you lie with them, and it's a lot of just mind and awareness of the situation. And if most men are aware that, at least if they're believing what the women say, not necessarily by the action, at least believing what they say in our age, these women don't want most of these niggas approach them.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to say. You go ahead, sorry, my bad.
And if I'm keeping it 1,000, we're talking about the dating apps. The only thing with the dating apps, it's just a solidifier of the biggest fear. Do you like me, or do you find me attractive enough? It's like, do you find me attractive enough? And you swiping right and I'm swiping right pretty much solidifies that interaction, that icebreaker. And now at this point, I just gotta game you and to meet up with you and take you on a date and then do what I need to do. And if I got enough game, I can bag you that night. Or if she a freak, then she probably already won it that night. But it's just like, dating apps. I think personally, I just think older people, as much as they like that ain't approaching, I think it might be a little bit of jealousy, because I feel like if they was our age, they would especially these 300 body type niggas you talking about, i.e., these two niggas right here. Sorry for saying the N-word, Crimson. I apologize. And HQ. But nah, these two brothers up here, these brothers probably be like 4 times what they had. You know what I'm saying? Because they would just outside the 5 they got to talk to, they got like 40 on the phone at any given moment if they wanted to, especially if you're talking about a football player like Hamp or whatever Sean was. I don't know, he was gigolo. But I'm just saying, like, you know what I mean? It's just, it really just made the game easier. And the unfortunate part, women themselves made it way easier, because they bought into this whole sexual liberation thing that, they want to be just like men, the sport fuck like men, and comparing all their actions to men. And at this point, I don't feel sorry for them, because this is what they asked for. And we were telling to please them and do what they want and give them what they want. And typically that should make them happy. So if they want a bunch of dick, they just want to be hoes.
Yeah, like one of the hardest hurdles to jump initially is that initial physical attraction. So if you on a dating app and she like picks you, you already over like one of the hardest hurdles of the initial interaction anyways.
Yeah. So wait, in person, right? I think it's important to have the right mindset. So for me personally, like if I saw one of these ladies out, I would just want to start a conversation in general. Like for me, it's very important to literally not give a fuck whether it goes left or right. I don't care if you want to connect past this. If you do, great. If you don't, I really don't give a fuck. Because, you know what I'm saying, I was never in need, you know what I'm saying? And so with that in mind, I would just go up and have a conversation. If the conversation leads itself to that, cool. If it doesn't, it doesn't, you know what I'm saying? So I really didn't have to shoot, to be honest.
The biggest thing though, Sean, for me, and like I tell my friends, don't do the game shit. Have the conversation, but at some point you got to figure out also how to portray your intentions. That you not about to be her friend, and you just want to be used and be another dude on the phone. Like some at some point, like you shouldn't portray that energy. Or if she gives you she understands that energy is coming at you, she's gonna be like, nah, I'm not for it. And you just walk away, like you said. Don't take it for nothing. But I'm not about to sit here and waste my time either. I'm not about to sit here and act like I want to be your friend and try to get friend zone for 10 years and then finally get the coochie. That's not. No.
You know,
I think a lot of
though?
men walk themselves into their friend zone.
I
did that on purpose though. A lot of times.
Oh, go ahead, Sean. Sorry.
Like I walked into that friend zone on purpose. So a lot of times, like as I got older, like I never got phone numbers. I would always get Instagram or social media because I want to see who you are, see who you interact with, see who you know, see how you portray yourself and things like that. And so I really do think as I got older, I think that we were too thirsty to get the coochie. You know what I'm saying? When we were younger. So I really do want to talk to you. Like I can talk to a chick for months and be fine just getting to know her for months. If that lands me in a friend zone, cool. But I don't want to waste my time on resources at all. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather get to know what it is. And if we end up friends, cool. If we don't, cool. You know what I'm saying?
Not the cap.
The only reason we call it game.
Wait, why? See him. Stop touching buttons. I don't like this. I don't like this man. I don't really like it.
The only reason we call it game is because there's so many different moving components, and that's why we also like to make it as subjective as a conversation. It's just like we know even within that conversation, there's a lot of different things and different thought process and rebuttals that is hidden for a reason. You got to be, if she gonna throw a oop, you got to be able to dunk it and not fumble it. You know what I mean? A lot of times she might set you up with something and you got to come up with something smart or funny or whatever. And even in that conversation, you can't be a lame, boring talker.
Fellas.
You know
All right, so we said enough, the fellas. So ladies, you consuming this information, right? I generally have great control of my face, but this is not resonating with me that much. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like what are y'all thoughts like on this? You know, I know Sean didn't wait 6 months. Like I just don't, unless he must have just not wanted the girl, right? Like that's what I deduce from that. Because if he wanted her, I somebody sent me a clip of Sean doing you know how we do the role plays. Oh, all right.
That got me in trouble.
Okay. Alleged role play. but it wasn't at all passive. Is all I'm saying.
No, I'm saying I've always had an abundance, so I never had to be pressed because I always had an abundance. Not trying to sound no type of way, but I never, you know what I'm saying. I was never without. You know what I mean? So I ain't have to be pressed.
Okay, so my question is, if you had an abundance, why you waiting 6 months? Like why?
Because it don't matter. It's no different than me telling. It's no different than me telling women that niggas don't. I'm not gonna wait 90 days to get some. You know what I'm saying? It may feel like I was waiting 90 days, but I was just fucking a circle around you in the meantime until you was ready. So I never. It didn't matter. Once again, like something was gonna be in my bed at the end of the night anyway. It didn't really make a fucking difference. You know what I mean?
I get that. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we ain't on that. We ain't on that 6 month train over here, right? It's just
no, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. So ladies, as you consume this information, what's your overall thought? Like, what do you think? Cheek saying just strike up a conversation. Sean said he had a lot to pick from, so he wasn't pressed, so he could just go up and talk to her. They could be cool. Whatever happens, right? Black Dawn said in person, not so much, but along them dating apps, you get over the biggest hump, which is often physical attraction. Sway said, you know, he lets his intentions known. He not generally thirsty, but if he want her, he gonna let her know, and that's what he'll do. Hink builds rapport off of dancing with the least attractive woman, which I don't understand. So I just trying to understand when you guys hear this this information as ladies. I know for some reason somebody hit the stop the cap button. I'm gonna find out who did that shit. But were they off base?
I mean, I can't say that they're off base if that's what. Well, I think there's a little bit of fairy tale mixed in. I'll be very honest with you. I love y'all, but there's a little bit of fairy tale mixed in.
Who capping the most?
Don't start Black Dawn. I think there's a little bit of fairy tale mixed in which you think you're doing and think what you want to do, but in actuality, I think, like I said, the dating app thing, I already have my opinion about that, and I think that's the path of least resistance. I think that it does a disservice for society now in general, because it's definitely taken away the way in which we interact with one another. We're allowed to hide behind our screens. We're allowed to hide behind a lot of crap. And then we wonder why when we meet up in person and start, getting to know one another, it all goes to hell because we didn't do that in the beginning. We'll wait months to talk on the phone before we meet up in person or whatever. And our representative can last a little bit longer than it did before. So that's one part of it. The whole getting to know her and being friends, friend zone, I think that's a little bit of cap. I think that it's easy to say that, and it's not just you, Sean, but it's easy to say and it's easy to do to save you a little bit of the rejection, right? That's a little bit of a part of it from what I see. I want to be your friend anyway. I really wasn't interested. I mean, that's an easy way to do that, and I get it. It's a strategy. I also think that it's not so hard. Yeah, it's not so hard when you hitting DMs. Nowadays, they're hitting DMs, so it's nice to sit there and double tap on somebody's picture or go into their DMs. I approach women, but you really don't. And I like how you actually went, act cheeky. F them stage props, the camera. How do you do it in person at the store? Because that's really approaching. And I want us to go back to that.
I wanted to say that it just sounds like I don't know, y'all. I'm just going by what y'all saying. It just sounds like y'all not dating for like a real purpose. If you want to be married and have a wife, you're gonna go out there and do what you got to do, just like you got your job. You got whatever you got going on, your goals. Family is big, so I don't think you guys look at that as like the biggest part of your goals. It's kind of like you just, all right, well, I see a lady today, so I'm just gonna, if she, say something to her, oh, that doesn't work. And then you go to the next day, the next week, the next month, years go by. And then it's like, yeah, these girls ain't nothing. Or maybe I'm just not putting myself out there too much. Let me go on a dating app. And then, because that's the new thing now. Now, dating apps, I think it does work. I've seen a lot of success rate of people getting married from a dating app, still married 10 years later, whatever. So I can't shame dating apps. But I just don't think some of y'all are like dating for a real. I mean, I know you probably want the real purpose of like, I want that lady that, wants me for me and we're going to make this work, but I don't think y'all like taking it serious.
I'm assuming you're not talking about us specifically. You're talking about our generation?
Our generation, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you said, so Lady Di, to clarify, you said some. Is it the minority or majority of their generation?
It's majority.
Damn.
Like, I feel like a lot of, I mean, I'm young too. I don't even know. I'm 32, right? I still feel like I'm young, but there's people who's 22. So when I settled down, I was 22, right? So that age group, it seemed like y'all just want to have fun and that's it. Now, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it's like, all right, you still could have fun with someone, and grow with them. But I see like it's like no real purpose with dating. I'm just gonna hook up.
But Lady Di, ain't none of us married though.
Ain't none of us married.
Our entire community, we married at what 30% click.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like none of us married. You know, see, that's the thing. Like we can't even tout that we were dating intentionally, right?
Well, no, I can't say that. Exactly. I can't say that.
I'm saying, well, just based on our numbers,
most of us were not. Most of us.
I hear that. I'm not saying millennial because y'all. Well, I'm sorry. Gen Z is okay. So I'm millennials, right?
Generation.
I see a lot of fault. I see a lot of fault in millennials too. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Gen Z, they not even on that same level of, they're not even trying to settle. They're just trying to, I'm going to get me a boyfriend. I'm going to get me a lady friend and we're going to travel and do stuff. And I need to test her out for 10 years. You feel me? Like, it's like, it's like a trust issue thing or something. I don't know what it is, but I feel like y'all not really serious out here. Like y'all just.
Lady Di, all we do is listen to what they say, what they want, and we move accordingly. If they telling us fuck niggas, men are the devil, and y'all ain't shit, and this and that, every bad thing you can think of, and like it's just like you gotta understand the mindset at the age we talking about and the mindset of the woman we dealing with. From pretty much 18 to 24 is fuck niggas. I'm gonna do what I want. At 25, you might get some there that looking around like these bitches crazy, but by the time they 30, that's by the time y'all want to look, reflect on your ways and be more like, oh, I want to think and focus on family and marriage. And it's like, no. So we move accordingly. We're not going to run into a burdened building.
No, I'm not saying to like settle down with someone who ain't trying to settle down, but y'all understand like that's a majority of, let's say, majority of women are like that. But what about the other percentage that is still waiting for that marriage?
They not
and
waiting.
Y'all, you know what I'm saying? You treating them the same. So I'm just saying,
marriageable get cuffed. Sorry to cut you off.
No, they're gonna get, but if you come, not you, but I'm just saying in general, if you come off like not so serious when you're trying to get a wife, you're not gonna run into that good person, that good lady that you're looking for, because you're gonna look at her as the same because she may, have a similar approach like the other women, right? Because some of these women are blending in now. But you're not going to be able to get to know that good lady if you don't have that sincere conversation. It's kind of like, she don't want me, I'm out. But what happened to, not saying you got to chase ladies. I'm not saying just be chasing them. But sometimes the lady's not going to just say yes right away when you say something. I know I didn't. Like, I'm not just going to be, oh, yeah, sure, I'm going to be with you. No.
Lady, we're talking about a macro issue. So the majority of men couldn't cuff up the minority of women, and I would say that's a small minority of women if we're talking about being wifeable in 2024. It's like those chicks are getting wifed up. But it's just like far and few between, and typically you even at 22, these 22-year-old chicks that are wifeable, we gotta deal with Sean men his age that want to cuff them up because they don't like dealing with y'all apparently, so they think they can do something with women our age with the whatever reasons. I'm not going to go down that lane, but it's like it's a lot deeper than we not trying.
Well, so but here's the thing though, when we say trying, you count dating apps, right?
Who you asking?
Yeah, you count dating apps as trying?
I don't think it's trying to get a relationship. I think if anything, it's just you trying to
get sex, right? So okay, so that's one answer. Good, okay, I respect the answer. Now, is Black Dawn in the minority or the majority for that generation of you erring on the side of dating apps as opposed to going outside?
I think most young people do both. If I'm gonna keep
let me ask you a question, Sway. Real quick.
I don't know. If you're gonna ask me the majority, it would probably lean towards more the dating apps just because it's an easier, whatever. But I think young men still go outside. Young men still do stuff. It's just very selective, and it's not as upfront as you guys. We're not gonna do the cat calls. We're not gonna do what up, shawty, for the most part, unless you're gonna get a decent reaction from most women you deal with. And so unless you already kind of understand where you lie, you're not going to see most men just outwardly do it. They're going to do a lot more.
We understand that. However, you admitted that the most would err on the side of the dating app, which we know that is for sex, generally speaking. So when we talk about intention and things of that nature, we have to assess that before we start assessing the women.
Well, Ham,
Go ahead.
this is the thing. What age are most people getting married or having their first child?
28 to 32 marriage, I believe.
So typically the dating apps are flooded with people under 30 years old. Granted, you got some over 30-year-olds, but at some point you start to age out of it, in my opinion, and you start to do what you do in the real world. Granted, people still use it, but I think even the older women, I think they use it to be trying to find a fuck buddy. But it's just, that's what I'm saying. I think it's really for fucking. As much as people try to make a relationship and say, oh, I'm going to accept this, I'm only going to accept this, I'm only going to accept that. The only man worth a damn is not going to go and swipe right with you, all these weird ass demanding things, showing all your trauma on your profile. Like it's not a actual dating app, in my opinion. I think for the most part, the people who think of it as a dating app have the worst time in real life.
Slow down. So you got a lot of replies. Everybody want to reply. Everybody face going. So let's do this. Hold on. No. You saying things that are slightly provocative, meaning they just provoke thought. That's all I'm saying. So let's do this. Let's be mindful of the clock. All right. I'm not going to run it, but try to keep it 30 seconds to a minute because everybody want to respond. Let's go. Black Dawn. I seen Crimson made a face. Love been jumping up and down in her seat. And HQ been trying to be civil. She just nodding, but you know how she gets. So, let's hurry up and get her in. Go ahead, Black Dawn.
So I'll just outright say it. Like I'm definitely in the minority that actually like seeks relationships, right? Like my girl, I met on a dating app. We've been together for 2 years. I'm good. I'm fine. You know what I mean? It works for me. So definitely, but most people or most men of my generation, they just trying to get a quick fuck. Just keep that shit 100.
All right. One yes or no question. When you were on there, was it for sex and then you met somebody worth more than that, or was
no?
it?
I was dating long term.
Okay.
Right. So the app I used specifically was Hinge. Right. So you can actually specify if you want to do long term, short term, or don't know. I only click long term, you know what I mean? And to Sway, I kind of looked at Sway a little crazy because it's like on that dating app you could specify exactly.
But Black Dawn, that's only Hinge. Most men don't like Hinge because they know as soon as you got to start specifying on income, that shit is not a.
But here's the other thing.
Every other one but Hinge.
Yeah. Also, Black Dawn, the reason why you're not being disingenuous, but if you say short-term only sex, the women ain't going for it because they have a facade on their profile.
Nah, that's the thing.
Because we had this one called POF like early on, and you could select the same things, and the women will all have not short-term or some shit in their profile.
I actually disagree with that. Actually. A lot of women, they would actually tell you that they're not seeking relationships. Women of my generation, they'll literally just tell you they just want to fuck.
Okay.
That actually is. I had that happen to me quite a couple of times, and other people I know. So
okay,
yeah.
Crimson.
A lot of the stuff that Sway was saying may be unfortunate, but he's not lying. The dating apps are not for relationships. The main difference between like Gen X and even maybe older millennial men and younger men is that the younger men it's so transactional now that the younger men don't even have to pretend that they want relationships. You can skip all that. And the women his age don't want it either. They don't even want the relationship either. They're not looking for a relationship. They're not looking for a man to be in a relationship with. They're looking for sponsors. They looking for somebody to have sex with them. They looking for somebody to vibe with. So nobody has any intentions. The men don't have any intentions to get married, but neither do the women. And I think that's the facade we got to drop, that the women are out here wanting to be chosen for a relationship and the men are playing around. No. The women will tell you, not too much. Because I got a rotation too.
All right, Crimson, slow down. We gonna get there in just.
You're not lying.
See, that's
all. You're not lying.
I know. Hey, all right, just calm down. She said some shit. We're gonna get there. Look at Alpha Omega. Okay. I just want to make sure we get all the responses from there's things that Sway said that people reacted to, so I just want to hear those, and then I'll ask the question that'll shift it to a different gender. The only two genders I believe that actually exist. But go ahead, love.
So two things, real. So I'm gonna give you 30 seconds. Very transactional. I wanted to know from, I guess, the consensus. What do you think the rate of percentage of success in getting long-term relationships is out of India? Secondly, I made the face when Sway said their traumas listed in their don't wants. I think that's boundaries. I wouldn't necessarily say that's their traumas listed. I think that a lot of women put their boundaries in there and saying, if I don't want a man that has a bunch of kids, or if I want a man that has a job or doesn't smoke or doesn't drink or whatever, I think that's just boundaries. So why is that trauma? Why is that? I see all the men. That's trauma when it's really just saying, these are my boundaries that I don't want a man that does this, because if you do it, whatever. Go ahead. Those are my two things. 30 seconds. I'm done. Go ahead.
Cap.
All right, let's get HQ in. Not just boundaries, please. No way.
Well, I'm one of those people that ended up on the dating sites when I became a widow, and I found it was very transactional. Although I was very intentional, because I'm a relationship person. I'm a relationship person. So
HQ, why do you do this? Why do you do this, HQ? You told me.
That was after I found out nobody has any intention of having a relationship.
So what did you tell me exactly? Just, for the 416 people listening.
I told you after I could not find a relationships, I gave up on relationships, and it was all about me.
What, me? Can you expound, if you don't mind, like you did on the panel 3 weeks and 6 days ago?
Really? Nobody has any intention. Even men my age have no intention of trying to settle down for any kind of relationship.
So what do you do then, HQ, if the men don't have any intention to settle down and have a relationship, but they just want to fuck? What do you think after a while? What do you think you're going to succumb to start doing?
Then I become very intentional, become very chiseled in who I pick.
Do you just not date men at all? Or do you just start accepting?
Oh, I'll date. I'll accept dates, but I'm
not. So
looking for
HQ understood the premise once she got back outside,
right?
And she subscribed to the premise.
Let me get this straight. You wasn't a nun when you realized relationships is done, all right?
No,
exactly, bro. Y'all got to stop playing, bro. Stop playing with this younger generation like we just this bunch of lawless, godless men. And when, bro, y'all.
I'm not saying I got buck wild. I'm just saying I wasn't restrained. That's all.
No, but you got your rocks off though at the bare minimum.
Wow.
That's what I'm saying. At the bare minimum,
we've been telling you all, and what we've been saying, you as an older woman are also following. So what makes you think, as a more experienced, more knowledgeable, more wise woman who's also following this trend, what do you think the 22-year-olds are doing?
Damn.
Fucking.
They fucking and a lot. They doing a lot. They going crazy.
But Tiki, that's part of the gap right there, bro. That's part of the gap.
But that's not something I set out to do. That was not my intention. That's never my intention. That's just the way the market is. If the market is that way, I can't help it with the market.
You could just not have sex.
I can't be on the island. Of course.
You do realize that, right? Like you could just not.
Hold on. Let her finish her thought.
Let her finish. Yo, let her get her shit off.
Of course I can restrain. Of course I can be celibate. Of course. But I'm not that. That's not the type of person that I am. But I know what type of person that I am. I know I'm not a person that lives a celibate life. I know that's not who I am. So I don't pretend to be that person.
That's not most people, HQ.
Hold on, Sway. Guys, here's the one thing I want y'all to learn. When things are said like that, just let it marinate. Let me read these super chats and then we'll get back to it, because that is telling. Okay, when we get back to it, I need to understand that Crimson was kind of poking at it I want to understand the awkwardness, the social awkwardness of the women, because the men often get called awkward quickly, and then the promiscuity of the females, and what does that mean to the overall picture? You know, because we expound on it a whole lot when it comes to men. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Sean, salute my G for becoming a member. You heard? Minaj, appreciate you. Whoever got it, please maintain it. Lauren Mack with the $5 says, tell this widow Sway to cut the lights on. Freaking light bright vampire. PJ was popping with the $10. When I was coming up, the older cats push you to talk to women until you got her number. Through the trials, you develop tough skin, communication, and confidence. Don't see that nowadays. Philly was popping with the $5. Says, Philly Oldhead says, what Hank said works. The pretty girl will believe they deserve what she has your attention. Okay. Love C was popping with the tip $5. Says, Hamp, they don't know the pain of a girl looking back at you when you try to dance up with her and she shit on you and say with the UGG and walk off. Yeah, that shit, man. Damn, that shit used to hurt, bro. That was the craziest, man. That's why you always start up. Huh? Nah, we used to dance all like the whole night though. And we used to start off with a warm-up chick. You know what I'm saying? Like she was just okay, and you knew she was gonna dance with you, and then you start getting your mojo together. You know what I mean?
So hold
Randy
on.
was
popping. Can I ask you something? Why'd you think I was crazy when I said I was picking the ugliest shit? You said different what you just said.
Nah,
You
this
said
is
all right.
this all on the dance floor. It's not like, I guess you're right, but it wasn't like intention to get the other chicks to notice. It was just like, yo, I got to warm up. I just got here. You know what I'm saying? But I can see. Granny was popping with the 20 ball. Says one piece. Shout out to the young supernovas on the panel. Cheeky Sway and Black Dawn. The worst generation will not be stopped by the golden age. The grand line is yours now. Granny, salute to you, my G. Appreciate you for the first 20 ball of the evening. Didn't fit. Lauren Mack with a $5 says, what's she saying? Oh, she's singing. I'm not singing that shit.
Yeah, she's singing.
Hey to all the beautiful queens on the panel. Oh, hey guys. Damn. Aaron with the $2 says, until she hit you with the follow me on IG, Snap, or IG. Yeah, I think I was talking to my young boys. They've considered that a slight curve a little bit.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it
like
is.
she need more info, kind of. You know what I'm saying?
No, she just wants you to be another nigga liking her shit.
Yeah.
That's not a super good thing, right? Yeah.
No.
Oh no.
Lucky
it's a
was
great thing.
Luck was popping. We ain't seen you, man. We miss you, man. You got to get back on the YouTube streets. You heard? She said, Hamp, my day one Sean, creme de la creme, freaky cheeky. God damn. Black Dawn, Sway Lee, Hank, Twin Die. Hey, y'all, what's up? Man, Valerie Smith, what's up, Valerie with the $2? HQ looks nice. Okay. And I was popping with the $5. Great panel as usual. Salute. Appreciate you, my G. Be safe out here. Ed with the $2. Manipulating women is a must-have skill for life. Fifi gifted 1 membership. Whoever got it, please maintain it. I'm saying so. Li sent the same one. Salute. Onika Su with the $2. Women don't even stick, so they can't take them that serious. Joe with the $5 says, Lady Di, ellipsis. Anything that's not a yes or no sounds like you're telling men to chase if you want.
He said anything that's not a yes is a no.
Oh, is a no. Sounds like you're telling men to chase if you want them to pursue you past a no.
I'm not saying that. Just be persistent, and like most ladies are gonna say no from the first time. I'm just being real with you.
Damn. Aaron with the Aaron with the $10 says, when you approach a girl to hold a conversation and she says to you, hit her up on SM. What's that?
Social media.
Oh, I found out that those girls are socially awkward. That's an issue I don't hear a lot of people talk about. We about to get to it.
Mm-hmm.
Granny with the $5 says, cheeky / oofy. Luffy Sway, Zorro Black Dawn, Teach Hemp, Kaido Hank, Dolphamingo Sean, Don Ching Jiao HQ, and Big Mom. What the hell is he?
It's a One Piece reference. It's an anime.
It's anime.
Okay. All right. Martin Luther King been a member for 4 months. Black Dawn misses Egusi with okra stew. Is that something?
That's a crime. It's a Nigerian.
Is he Nigerian? Are you Nigerian, Black Dawn?
Yeah, I'm Nigerian. Yeah.
Aaron with the $5 says, one thing I noticed, the older women defend the younger women no matter what. Well, we about to see. Older men be yelling at the young boys. Women don't like each other. Jesus Christ. Oh, Nikasu with the $5 says, it wasn't my intention, quote unquote. Yeah, I didn't mean to run that guy over. Can I not go to jail, please? TJ was popping. He said with the $10, damn him. Every time I hear HQ talk, I'm just like, wow. This is the teaching they doing to younger women. Yes, we done for. Damn, salute to TJ. Martin Luther King with the $10 says, I'm trying to have. Oh my God, man. Aaron with the $2 says, they don't want boyfriends, they want fans. Okay. Hence giving out the social media, right? Oh, Nikasu with the $2 says, persistent is chasing. Let's not mix words. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Man. All right, let me start with Crimson because she kind of been alluding to it. HQ Crimson just gave us some shocking information. And it kind of, I don't know, it like blows, it puts it on the Summer Jam screen what the young boys are dealing with. So the women, are they socially awkward? They don't want relationships. Are they not being coached up? Have you guys got them to this place where they don't even want relationships or marriage? Were they not taught? Were they not mentored? What's the problem?
Well, first of all,
Mm-hmm.
I can't go into the history of why it's transactional. I think we all know why it's transactional. Maybe we can go into it later, but it's too much of a diatribe. In any case, at this point now in 2024, it's extremely transactional. Sexual liberation, blah, 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 right? So now, like I said before, the men don't have to pretend that they want relationships because the women are telling them that we don't want relationships. We want your money. We want some sex. We want a little attention from you, and all of that sort of thing. I think that a lot of younger women were failed by their mothers and their aunts and the other women around them for several reasons, right? Because they watched their mothers not have productive relationships. That's one thing. But then here's the other thing as well. Sometimes it's hard-headedness from the younger group than the older group. And something I wrote down here, like the attempt to quote unquote preach to the younger generation isn't about labeling them bad for doing stuff that we was doing. It's about why you gotta hit your head on the same post that I hit my head on. Every previous, you don't gotta hit your head on every post, not every one of them. Some of them you can dodge, and I'm gonna tell you how to dodge them. It's not about being bad. It's not about me demonizing you as a younger person or your approach or how things go. I'm just saying my outcome either wasn't a good outcome, or if I do got a decent outcome, it took me too much to get there. So I'm trying to save you all of that by telling you, listen, this is what happened. Don't do this. Don't do that. And then you can get to a better outcome faster than I did. Now, sometimes the young men and women can listen to that, and sometimes you don't know what you're talking about. You don't. It's different now. Men and women are not different. The dynamics change, the social constructs change. Men and women biologically are not different, any different at any other time. To get to the other thing you asked, are the women socially awkward? Yes, because social media has the same effect on the women that it do on the men. But they can hide behind a screen, like Love was saying. She made a very good point earlier. Hiding behind the screen, having the time to have that representative up too long. And this is the other benefit of approaching somebody in person, so you can get their energy in person. Can't hold that mask that long. Once you get around them, the energy don't lie. People can lie. They type anything on the screen, say anything over a phone. When you get them in situations, when you get around them, when you start being around them, then you can understand who that person really is. And that way you don't have to be fooled for 6 months. Man, I ain't know she was like that. Girl, he lied. I ain't know he was like that. You know what I'm saying? Because you talked, quote unquote, over a thing, you texted back and forth. That don't help you. You're not getting to know nobody. People say anything over this internet. You don't know that yet? That's the first thing we learned as Gen X's. Don't believe people over the internet because they lie, because they ain't real until you see them. That's all I got. Hopefully I answered the question. If I didn't, let me know, because I will ramble. So stop me.
No, I think.
Did I answer it? Okay.
Yeah, I think it was answered. I have one follow up, but I want to get the other ladies in. HQ, what you think? Did you hear my question? Go ahead.
Give me a question. Give me the question again.
Yeah, are they socially awkward? You know, are the men the actual issue, or is like what Crimson said, like people are the same, and now you have less judgment out here, so people can act how they want, without shame. And we're seeing women want sex and don't want relationships. Is that you guys' fault?
No, I don't think it's anybody's fault. I think people are just socially awkward. I mean, it's a thing when you get rejected. I mean, it makes you shy away from asking to be accepted. I mean, when you go on a dating app, it's easy to say yes, no, yes, no. That rejection is easier to take than it is in person. Mm-hmm. And it expedites the relationship between people. You know what someone's intention is when you get online. It is up to that person to further that conversation when you meet. Like when I went on the dating apps, I would intentionally meet the person within a week. I have to meet you within a week in order to know whether that chemistry that we have is real or is fake. And once I knew the chemistry might be real, we might go further. But if I knew the chemistry wasn't, then I would just block it, right? Because I don't want to go months and months talking to a person and blah, blah, blah. But it was awkward I felt it was awkward online to talk to somebody a screen, without actually, I need the human connection, right? And most people should have the human connection when they're trying to date quickly.
So HQ, what we're actually trying to mine out is the conduct of the women,
right?
Even the young women specifically. Right. And your experience was you succumbed to the modus operandi of the dating sites, right? So are the younger women doing that, exponentially more than even, because if they could get to you, that'd be easier to get to the young girls, where sex is the goal.
Let me put it this way. If you walk into a room and the room is green and you're red, you're going to change green sooner or later, because otherwise you won't get any progress in what you want. Or you may acquiesce to what's in the room, okay? Even though you may not want to, you acquiesce to being that green.
Who sets the color of the room, the men or the women?
It's a market. I mean, it is what it is. It's not necessarily the women. I mean, because most people want some kind of relationship. But if everybody is scared to put themselves out there, and they're just saying, well, I'm not going to care I'm just gonna see how far it go, and if I can get some sex, then I'm just gonna get some sex. Then that's everybody's go-to. That's everybody. I can get some sex and then I can walk away, and I ain't gotta have no feelings for it.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Right.
Who sets the color of the room, men or women?
Men.
Men. Okay, so
Because
you think
I'm positive that most women walk into the room and want a relationship.
women?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that? Let me ask you a question. Do you think that if women required commitment in order to have sex, you think men would commit?
Yes.
So who control? Okay. All right. Well. All right. I'm confused now. HQ, thanks. Love, what's your thoughts on it?
So, this whole narrative of it's Gen X's problem, y'all created this problem, blah, blah, blah. I don't necessarily, no, because I know, I made mistakes, but at the same time, as I've gotten older, I've tried to talk to young women saying, don't do X, Y, and Z. Like, well, why? You did it. And I'm like, because I know. That's why I said don't do it. You're not going to get, it's not what you think it is. And so I think we talked about this before weeks or months ago, is that every generation thinks they're better than the last. And so the generation now, because information is in such abundance, they think they know so much, but they have the most information, but they're the stupidest. I don't mean it that way. Don't take it that way offensively, but it's the truth. You have way more information at your fingertips than we did, but you don't utilize it. And or how do you utilize it to better, society and relationships and whatnot? So, yeah,
sorry.
hold on.
I said sorry.
So, we can say, don't do X, Y, and Z because it's not what you think it's going to be. And we did this already, but they don't really want to listen because they don't respect us as the previous generation. And I said this before. I might have said it last week, matter of fact. Gen X, we respect it to a certain degree, but the baby boomer said and the older Gen X said, and we listened a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But it's a respect level that's kind of missing now. So if we were to say it, is it really going to will they take heed to it?
Why do you think the young women don't respect you guys?
We do have a lot of us that are saying it, yes. Don't do X because Y is going to happen. But they listen. We can't make somebody listen. I think Crimson even said this, matter of fact. If I'm not capturing what you're saying, Crimson, I apologize, but the majority doesn't listen to us.
Sway had a question. I wanted you to answer it and cheat you.
Okay, go ahead. What's your question?
Yeah.
Nah, it was kind of two, but one question just pertaining to what you just said. Why do you think they don't respect you guys?
Because the narrative is it's y'all fault that we're like this. It is, you don't know anything because times are different now. There's nothing new under the sun. And so because it's looked as if because we didn't grow up in today's society, we can't contribute to help out the younger generation on what not to do. That's
what young women are saying?
Younger generation period.
But we talking about young women though, right now.
We're going to apply to women then.
But so when in the idea of not respecting you guys, typically I hear one that, like you said, how can you tell them not to do something that you guys did? And so it's kind of like, do what I say, not what do what I say, not what I do type of deal.
No, did don't do what I did because what I'm doing now is different because I learned the hard way. So I have definitely had a paradigm shift and I've changed, but I see you doing the same thing that I did. And it's not going to be down the path that you think it's going to lead to in a good way. So not don't do as I say, do as I do. I'm saying don't do what I did.
But is what your generation doing actually different?
Hold on.
But You might be.
Don't follow me. I'm
No,
completely.
wait. Just because Black Dawn blurted in, don't mean y'all gotta respond.
Yeah, my bad.
Wait,
my
finish
bad.
your back. It's okay. Finish your back and forth with Love quick, and then I want Cheeky had a follow up for Love. I think.
No, like I said, you might have done do it as I did, but when they're speaking about their own personal influences, typically the women in their lives influence them to be what they are. Selfish, independent, don't miss out. They say a lot of the stuff that they do was reinforced by the women in their lives. One, and then two, when it gets to a point y'all are trying to retract, a lot of those women are still either doing what they doing, or like you, or did your dirt, and now we're trying to somehow tell them not to, be human as well, and kind of not you specifically, but a lot of women like in your situation that did it and trying to low key be a born again in a sense. They like to shame them for their actions. Same deal with us, where somehow we'll get shamed for the same shit that they did around our age. So, like not marrying women.
Well, if you don't like what you see, then don't do it. I mean, it's kind of that simple. Like if you
Go ahead, Cheeky.
If you want, you don't want to hear the answer? Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying after this, I'm not going to respond. He got it.
Oh, so go ahead, Cheeky. Go ahead.
No, I think go ahead, give your response. I think he was just saying he's not asking me more. But what's your response to what was being said?
So it's, if you want better results, then you have to do better. And I'll say now there is a minority, and unfortunately, the minority's voice isn't louder than the majority, and so the majority is getting painted. Is allowing the majority's voice is so loud that it's painting a picture for everyone. If you follow what I'm saying. So there is a minority of women that are saying, don't do this. A minority of men saying, don't do this, and do this, what you should be doing. This is the productive way to do it. They're the minority, but their voice isn't so loud. And unfortunately, the majority, which is, click on tables and being ratchet and doing all types of whatever, their voices are louder. So it's like, well, y'all are saying but it's like, you listen to what you want to listen to. The information is out there, like I said, and you listen to what you want to listen to.
Sometimes you just need like the result to look at. Like, are you the example that you want them to be like? Not you, but
in that part. So that part too, because you have women that are the result that they want to see, but their voice isn't as loud, or they may not be getting money, or they may not be getting what they think is success and what they think that is productivity.
So, real quick, I would cheat. I just want to ask Sean a question, because I know you might deviate a little bit from this right here. Sean, I'm not saying you'll deviate, but just on this specific point.
Hold on, no, you good.
Yeah. So Sean, I think this is the reason right here why the young boys tend to give us a little bit more ear pause, like you and I specifically, because I think that we will just be transparent. Hey, this shit ain't roses and bubbles. Marriage ain't easy, right? This shit ain't all perfect at the house. We had sex with mad women with no intention. That's why you could talk to her for 6 months and not give a shit, because you got 7 other chicks you having sex with. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think we come off as super duper hypocritical, because I may say, hey, don't do it because I didn't receive benefits from it other than pleasure. And now pleasure looks different for me now because of all those experiences. And now it's something I got to combat every damn day. Right? So Love, yours sounds like,
because I'm like, that's the same exact
thing. Love, no, yours sounds like you got your drawers on the outside of your pants.
Huh? I just said you don't want to do what I did. We said not the drawers outside my pants.
I'm just telling you how it hears. Now I could be wrong. Y'all correct me. But Sean, what do you think about that premise I just laid, and then Cheat could jump in?
But go ahead. I'll let him talk. I want to know, go ahead.
No, I absolutely agree. I think a lot of times, man, we forget what it was like to be that age. And a lot of times we ignore where people are at that age. So for me, like my whole career has been, working with teenagers. And, to be honest, a lot of them were violent teenagers. So going in with that old person shit that you're going to end up dead or in jail, you can't do that. They're gonna tune you out immediately. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to form a connection. You got to be able to understand things that's going on with them. You got to be able to become a place where they want to come to just have discussions. You know what I'm saying? And so for me, with all of these conversations, bro, I'm just keeping it a beam. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm around Cheeky and Cheeky like, man, bro, I got to carry this pistol with me. You know what I'm saying? Or else I'm not gonna be the old guy. No, you're gonna end up in jail. I'm be like, look, bro, look, shit, you understand what comes with it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Just move right. You know what I'm saying? XYZ. So I think a lot of times we just want to be the smart one in the room. We just want to be the wise old head in the room. But remember, even the dumbest people end up old heads. Even the dumbest people get old. All old heads are not created equal. All old heads should not be listened to by young people. All old heads can't identify with younger people. It just is what it is. So at some point, we got to stop lying on the internet. We got to stop acting like what they're doing is so vastly different from what the fuck we did, because it's not. And we got to just be honest, because more so than ever, they know when you bullshitting them, and you can't bullshit them.
Yeah, facts, Sean. A nigga going to jail said, "Hey, wear three pairs of socks, 6 pairs of drawers, my nigga. Don't wear no shoes with no color in them because they're gonna take them and you're gonna be in the Snoop Dogs." And they be like, "What is that?" And then you would really have a conversation off of that. You know what I mean? But go ahead, love.
So how
can I say real fast, love? Real fast, love.
Yeah, she put on mute.
What'd you say?
I said, can I say something real fast?
Oh,
I didn't want to cut you off. Thank you, ma'am. The thing about the young cats, why can't you just take whatever's being shared and as just information, and instead of taking it, I guess it's almost sounds like y'all taking it offensive because somebody shares that with you, because what we, we may have made that mistake, went down that path, but if we're trying to help you out, not go down that same path, not to say that we are trying to make you feel some type of way or deter you from having your fun. No, do it. But bro, I'm telling you, you may not want to do this, and leave it at that. It's not like somebody trying to belittle you or son you or nothing like that. It's just sharing information. Now, me, if I was to share that with you and you took that approach, I would throw my hands up and say, fuck it, hey, do what you do. Good luck, brother. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Good luck.
Hey, Hank, can I just respond from an old head standpoint real quick?
Let Sean respond.
From Kink, I think that's part of the problem, bro. I think sometimes we forget, niggas get married and get older, and you forget what it feel like, man, to run through a bunch of bad chicks with no rubber. And I'm just keeping it real. You forget what it feels like to get the social clout, to get the high fives from your homies, from your frat brothers, from your teammates. Like, man, yeah, I got down with Shorty. I got Shorty too. And it may sound reckless, it may sound crazy, but we forget what varietal vagina feels like when we get to a certain age. We forget the rush you get when you accomplish that goal. When Shorty really got down, she went. You know what I'm saying? And nobody else could get her, but you got her. So we can't be so far removed that we forget what that's like. Sometimes, nigga, they gotta stick their finger in that socket, and we gotta let them. But be there, you know what I'm saying? Give them the words, but be there afterwards. Like, nigga, I told you it was gonna burn your shit off, my nigga. Now go get them pills, my nigga, and shit. We'll talk later.
Shit like that. That's the same thing I just said, big brother. You know what I'm saying? That's the same thing I said. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna give you information. You want to receive it or not? Because they may not be mentally mature enough to receive the information. So you might just be wasting your breath, like you said. They need to fall off that cliff. Hopefully they make it.
So watch this.
Hopefully they
Hank,
come out with an ST.
Now, Hank, Love gotta ask a question, and Cheek would oblige me by letting me ask a question to Sean. But do you hear that the same way, Black Dawn and Sway? Quick, what Sean said and what Hank said. Does it, when you break it down, is your interpretation? Does it feel the same? And I'm saying feel on purpose.
Go first. I'm more be concise.
I guess for the most part, but that's not, like, me personally, that's not my point of contention with, like, older gentlemen when they speak to us, right? Okay. Like, you saying that this is what I did, right? Don't follow down this path. That's totally reasonable and sensible, right? But that's not what we're hearing, right? What we're hearing is, for the most part, especially on these panels, that you guys were all perfect. You guys picked out your wives when you were 22, and everything was. Wait, am I breaking out?
No, you good. Go ahead.
No, you good.
I'm good. Okay. Yeah, we're just hearing like all the perfect shit that you guys did. That's what we're hearing for the most part, and that's where the cultural disconnect kind of comes in.
Sway.
Personally, the difference that I heard is one is it's more, that's not it. Because like I was saying, I wish that that's as simple as it was, but typically it's a lot deeper than that. Especially when the examples we're talking about, more often than not, the example that we hate is the one of talking down and lecturing type, right? Like it's as easy as it sounds in a sense, right? And when you hear from maybe Hamp or Sean, is more meeting us where we're at and acknowledging where we're at and addressing where we're at and giving us advice about where we're at, not necessarily dismissing it and not necessarily being empathizing like they keep alluding to, remembering where you came from, all the experiences, instead of you kind of forgetting or you got numb to it, or it's just something you're not even, it's on your train of thought. But these are something that most young men are going through in a kind of a rite of passage or whatever, but it's a similar experience apparently that we all go through at some point in our lives. And the idea that y'all are so dismissive, especially if you're talking about like in Sean's case when he's talking about the gun, it's like that's a specific situation. Well, granted, you probably shouldn't, it's not, I'm not expecting you to get the same advice off of Sean, because he actually knows, like he said and Hamp said, they can give a little bit deeper little examples to kind of portray that I understand where you at. It's like an analogy. And you meeting them where they at. They know how to do that, and apparently most old people don't know how to do that. So I don't, meet them where they're at.
Yeah, I think a good example of what I was saying, like the advice that's being passed on from the older generation is extremely out of date, right? Like I've heard other people, older generation, say, "Well, I got my first apartment. It was $800 a month. I was working, up doing." The mechanic shop, but I was doing it every month. It's like, bro, you be lucky if you get an apartment that's $800 a month, right? On top of that, when wages have stagnated, the economic model, how it is, everything like that now, it's not the same. You're giving us advice that just do not work. That just does not translate.
It doesn't pertain, right?
Right. And then when you don't actually follow up, they get mad at you, be like, "Oh, you slacking. You ain't doing shit." It's just like, it's very hard to like sort of listen to you after that. Like if you were in my shoes, you would probably be doing the same, if not worse. Like,
all right. So let me do this. Hank, I hear probably we're buffering. Love, did you want to sound like you wanted to defend yourself? And then Cheeky had a question for you.
Well, it wasn't necessarily defending myself. I was asking because when I said don't do what I did because it's not going to lead you down the right path. How is that different than what you said, Ham?
I didn't say that.
You did. You said you did.
I told him. Here's the benefits don't outweigh the costs.
I mean, but that's the point. Like, don't do this because it not going to go where you land.
If you say essentially, then you agree that it's not the same thing, right? No, so I'm saying here's the experience, right? Here's the outcomes of said experience, right? If you want to go, but no, not right, because you didn't actually say that, right? So I'm just telling you that's the approach. When I say, "Oh, you outside, you getting money," I thought the game dried up with money out there. But if you end up getting knocked, my nigga, put 6 pairs of socks on, 6 pairs of drawers,
yes, okay,
a gray sweatsuit, bring cash with you because it hit your books automatically. And then they be like, hold on. So you telling me get prepared for jet? That's where you go. That's where everybody go. Right. So now it resonates when they outside. Like, you see what I'm saying? So now we have a deeper. Go ahead. You cut me off while I cut you off while I was talking. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. So I agree with what you're saying, but that's a part of the conversation. Now, I want to bring up what Lady Di was saying because I literally was saying not verbatim of a real conversation I would say with the young lady, but that was the point. I would acknowledge the fact what I did in saying it's not going to land where you think it's going to land. Then Lady Di either came in and said something. Well, maybe is it because they're looking at your results? So I want to go along that conversation. We kind of started that just a little bit, but then it went someplace else. I said, yeah, because they may not feel that what they see in me is not successful because they're looking at it from different perspectives. So I think that's part of the conversation that we should have related to the women too, because if I'm saying to a young girl, don't do what I did, it's not going to go where you think it's going to go.
Love.
And I'm saying it's hard. Go ahead.
Well, the reason why I need to interject because your main premise was they don't listen.
Right. And she was saying maybe it's because that they don't see the results or the positive or success. The success, I think, is what the word you use, right?
Yeah, like the result that they're, so what you're telling them to do, sometimes it's nice to look at it. Like you say, hey, don't do this, and they see that you have this success rate. But I wanted to say, like, honestly, this everybody that's talking or has said or answered the question, only thing I haven't heard is that, to me, I just look at the parents. Like we're relying on people outside of your house to teach you when you should have learned that at home. Like your mother, right? So I see mothers today, like even in the millennials time, they're teaching women not to even settle down. Like they're like, hey, from fear, oh, they're gonna cheat on you, they're gonna leave you, they're gonna do all these things. You don't need them. Be independent, do what you want to do. You know, when that man comes, you're gonna be 40. That's a good time. Then you got the men teaching the young guys, rack up your I guess they don't say body count, but they're like, smash however many you want, you know, and you guys are successfully trying to do that. But at the end of the day, it's like parents are not teaching what it should be. They're like, oh, these are my failures, don't ever do this, you know, just do something else, figure it out. But they're not giving them a solid foundation. So now these kids are coming out lost. They're having kids without being married, right? Because they think that's normal because everybody's doing it. And then they're like, I need to get some advice. They're going to get advice from strangers. Not saying you can't. I'm not saying that community don't help each other build, but
Lady Di, that's the third segment.
Well, Ham, can I say something real quick? Like,
No.
that was my answer to the question.
I got you. Every time you say something real quick, Black Dawn, it go 5, 6.
It'd be like 2 seconds. What you mean? You act like
That's what she said. Go ahead, Cheeky.
Yeah, I think the disconnect or the things that happen is we literally have this is a perfect example. In between, I'm the person in the middle, all right? On the left, I have HQ, and on the right, I have love. 2 different messages and 2 different experiences, all right? If I am somebody that's younger than them, and I listen to their experience, and you say pick the best choice, where am I supposed to go if most people are acting like HQ, and then there's only a couple of loves? You already said love, and her explanation has already said there's a small the voice of that is minor, and the voice of HQ is more prominent. What do you think I'm going to choose? Especially if I'm 22, 21, whatever. Why would I choose love's right or love's choice and not HQ when HQ is more frequent and love is not? And then if we look at the results, and that's not to say anything bad about you guys, but HQ was single for a while. I don't know if she's got somebody, and love is just getting in a relationship at their age. So the results are, it may not be your first one. I understand it's not your first, but what I'm saying is, if the results look similar, why would I not pick the one on the surface? Like, again, love, I'm not putting a microscope on both of y'all. I'm just saying, if the results look similar because we don't know you all that well, why would I not pick HQ side when it looked like y'all doing the same thing and almost got the same results? Why would I pick the one that's like, oh, you know, don't do what I did? No, I'm picking the one like, okay, nobody want to be in a relationship. I still have a natural urge. Which one do you think I'm gonna pick?
I was in a relationship for 30 years. I was married for 30 years. Okay. I just have to be single now.
Okay, so HQ, what I'm saying is on the surface, that's why I said on the surface, if you don't know that story, right, and I see somebody that's single and older, and I see another person that's single and older, and I go, which one should I choose? I'm going to pick the one, if I'm young and have no idea about the stories, that suits the nature that is natural to me. Both young men and young women have natural sexual desires. We are now at the time where young women are okay with exploring those things, and it's socially acceptable. What we keep hearing from older people, especially men, is y'all need to be dick disciplined. And every time we hear dick discipline from these old niggas, I swear to God, we look at their credit history, and all it is no discipline. And the person that is disciplined, i.e. me, I'm like, you can't talk about living this life. It's a very hard life. Because just like HQ, I see the same thing. And the only difference is I've gone, you know what? I'm not going to follow suit. So when you do have younger men that are relationship minded, that are sexually disciplined, the result is extremely hard, and it's almost unreasonable for me to ask for this. You want to know why? Because I have to give up this idea of finding a woman that is similar to me, because they're so far and few in between. And every single time y'all go, well, that's why you got to wait. If I wait till I'm 40, I'm going to be a virgin, maybe even 50. You think a young man is going to wait till he's 40 and 50 to finally get a piece when all of these women are out here getting, thrashed? Just old and young. You're telling men whose testosterone levels naturally is making them want to go crazy to hold off while these women are completely legs in the air. And you think you're making this a valid case. You're not. And this is the frustration of younger men that are listening to these pious, pseudo-pious people. We're looking at who you are. We're paying attention to what you say. And then we do the math and go, I don't think that just makes any sense. There's only a select few men, a select few women that have said to themselves, regardless of it making sense or not, I'm principled. And then when we say this, oh, y'all incels or y'all this, that, and the third, I can fuck your wife. But I don't do that.
So who's telling you to practice dick discipline? I don't know any over here.
Just 2 weeks ago, we had Trill AC up here, my friend. Just 2 weeks ago, Trill came up here and was saying people at 21, 20, giving outrageous ages at this time frame and talking about that's the problem with these men. It was just 2 weeks ago. And then it's just like, wait a minute.
I didn't teach my own son about dick discipline. So what I look like telling a next young blood about, I teach my son how to protect himself. I know you're gonna have sex. I know you're gonna go out there and get some ass, because these heifers are giving it up like it's candy. So what it's gonna happen. I just need to make sure my son know how to put on a condom. And that's what I did. I taught my son how to put on a condom, how to wear protection. Don't ever go there. Don't go for the pullout game. That's some bullshit. That shit doesn't work.
Okay, Hink, this is why people like speaking to you, Sean, and Hemp, because the thing that you're thinking all older men are doing, they are not. And men are frustrated. Younger men are frustrated from hearing the same thing, and we know this is not the life to live. With Hemp, he's already expressed, look, I'm not going to sit here and say, don't do this, but I'm going to tell you, here's the consequences to doing this. Sean, do the same thing. I'm not saying don't do it, but here's the consequence to it. Hink, you're saying the same thing. I'm not saying don't do it, but here's the consequences, or here's how you protect yourself. None of you all have elevated yourself beyond, even though we have an understanding you're older, you're more experienced. What's understood don't got to be said. The problem is everyone is saying we're better than y'all. And then we keep looking at y'all like, no, y'all not. Because if y'all were in the same position we were in, you'd be fucked up too. Women don't look at men the same way. Love, are you scared or hate men?
No, I love men. I love a man. And I've gone on and on about how much I love a man. A man is God's gift to me.
Pick me.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you right now, the women that are going to school are actually scared of men, because men are inherently bad in this generation. Men are rapists. Men are murderers. Their bears are better than men. This is the conversation that is being had, and no one seems to factor that in as to why our relationships are not good with one another. We're having a lot of issues because we just inherently do not trust one another. Men are hearing from one side, I can't trust a woman. She wants me for her money. And women are hearing on the other side, men are just predatorial. And guess what? In the middle of the night, someone's going to come up behind you and rape you. And men that are just minding their business are going, bro, I just got finished getting 20 kills on Call of Duty. I'm not worried about you. What are you talking about? Why is this message being pushed to me? Why am I waking up to some woman who obviously has trauma and issues? Why are we pushing women to represent this? and it's okay. And then you're thinking it has no effect on the other audience. It does. These women are hurt. These young, especially young women, these women are not walking around making boundaries. They're walking around making trauma. And through trauma, they're making a pseudo boundary.
They're creating trauma, or they're
creating and experiencing trauma. It's both. Because when you see a viral clip of a woman or multiple women, including men's wives and husbands, saying, "I would choose a bear over a man," you are inherently digesting that information. You're inherently digesting that information, one, and then two, you have your own experiences, and all it's doing is confirming. You have confirmation bias. Women are walking around with this problem.
So Cheeky, I had no idea. This is the first time I've ever heard a woman saying they choose a bear over a man. I have never heard that.
We got wives out here trying to convince their husbands.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen, Cheeky.
I get what you're saying.
Dads chose the bear too.
And that's my point. So it speaks.
What did he have to say?
He said Dad chose the bear too.
Yeah, it was never just yes, I'm choosing the bear right away though. It was always like they straight trying to but a man though. Like they was always trying to insinuate something when they made those like claims. It was a 2-minute long video. It wasn't 10 seconds. Like, oh yeah, a bear. It was but if you got women, they're just outright thinking it's crazy not to pick the man.
So, love, what the issue that young men are having?
Lady Di, I'm about to bring you up. Go ahead, Chief.
The issue that young men are having is their perception, and the issue that young women are having is the perception of men as well.
Mm-hmm.
The issue that is going to always persist until we decide to change how we view each other is, what do we really like each other, right? Because what young men are experiencing is, oh, men are evil, men are bad, men are this, men are that, but they're still a woman and they still are somewhat heterosexual, because a lot of these girls are bi also. Like if we talk about it, if you're in Gen Z, these girls are bi. A lot of them will come out and just say, I'm bi. That's another thing too.
Okay.
Even though they're saying men are bad, men are predators, men are this, men are that, they still want dick. So now we're more confused. Like, okay, so what are we doing?
Yeah, and so me talking to younger women, and I just believe that just saying that all they want is dick, I think that's honestly, that's fake. Like that's a facade. I do. You know, this thing about sexual liberation, it's honestly a facade. I do believe that. I think that they want the man, they want the relationship, but because they feel they can get the man through sex, they're leading with that, right? I'm telling you, again, I don't think there's anything new under the sun.
Love.
When I talk to young ladies, and the whole bisexual thing, that's another conversation for a different day. I can't even get into that now.
Love, real quick. I was just looking the average, and what is how old are Gen Z now? What's the youngest Gen Zers?
I think it's
12.
12 to 27.
Yeah,
12 to 27. So okay, so this stat may not be super fruitful, but 3% of Gen Z is married. But I guess they're all before the marriageable age. But 3.7% is married.
That makes sense because you're saying 12-year-olds, so it's 18 between 18 and 26. Those ones
27.
are 27. 3%. What'd you say, Sway?
I was just saying it's 9 years. It's most of the generation.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Well, go ahead.
So you were saying, right? I understand. You're thinking that maybe, and this could be true. I'm not saying that it's not, right? Because you're saying that these young ladies are saying this maybe as a defense mechanism from being hurt, right? They could be saying, I don't want this, but in actuality, they want a relationship. That may be a possibility. I'm not Xing that out. I don't know why, because I've experienced that as well. But guess what? They still getting ran through, and they still are making the decision to go. Even though I'm saying I want this, I'm still gonna open my legs. So what if I look at the actions and I look at the statements being made, and I put the two together? I'm not gonna think in the back of my head.
They want
no
marriage.
Average man is thinking in the back of their head while they breaking her back. Oh, she want a relationship. She's not acting like it, because I know when this is over, I'm on a roster. You want to know how I know? Because when they get upset and mad enough and they're looking to hurt you, they will sit there and say, that's fine. I got somebody else coming anyway. Okay, bet.
Right. And so, yeah, I hear you, everything you're saying. And that was the part when I said a while back that it takes for us to tell them, you getting ran through because you think you want this man's attention. It's not going to end up how you want it to end, which is hence you sitting there saying what you just said, Chinky. I'm gonna use her for what I can get out of her and then move on to the next style of her anyway. And then it just breeds mistrust on both sides. So that's why it takes for us to have a conversation. Go ahead.
Let me say this real quick. The coaching is bad. I'm just gonna say that flat out. The coaching is bad. Even Hank's coaching, that shit it doesn't work. You know why? Because once you feel pussy without a condom, all that wear a condom shit, niggas don't care about that shit. If she don't mention a condom, we ain't mention no condom, right? So we gotta coach this shit differently. Because wear a condom, did it suit up, nigga? That's like somebody out of shape, nigga. Go lift weights, go work out. What does the workout entail? What do you do to actually work out your problem areas? What about your diet, etc.? We don't give the actual facts behind it. We just say shit like it ain't gonna turn out how you want it to.
I mean, if I'm sitting there, first of all, this is a broad conversation. I'm not gonna say
I wasn't broad. Hold on a second. I wasn't broad. Sean wasn't broad. It was very direct. You can tell them what you would say in a conversation to influence people, right? But we just saying like the generic shit. That's not real coaching. That's not real care, in my opinion, because nothing is getting better. It's only getting worse.
And in real life, I do get to the nitty gritty. I wasn't doing it on this show to be concise. I was giving an overall summary statement I would say to them. So I'm not sitting there. I wasn't going in detail. It doesn't mean I'm not going in detail behind the scenes with this woman. It is me just giving summary of what I would say to them and move on because I'm keeping the conversation concise. And that's it.
Yeah, but I understand. I don't believe you.
Life on what I
know 100%. I'm just saying I don't believe you, right? And what Hank said, I think he says that and it's ineffective, right? And then the young brothers, right? And you even admitted that the young sisters don't listen, right? So if we're employing tactics that are ineffective, we need to reassess them. The young brothers just told us they're not listening, and you admitted the young ladies ain't listening. So it's not your fault. They ain't listening because the coaching isn't there. That's what I'm alleging, and I'm implicating myself and Sean and everybody else.
I think Love's base premise is faulty from the get-go. Like when you say, "Do as I say, not as I do," I think the things she's missing out there is
I did not say that.
So do as I say, not as I did.
As you did.
Changing.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. Like your generation is still doing it. Like we're still seeing you guys still do the same actions that we're doing. That's the problem.
I said there are a number, but there are also a number that are not. And
but it's
voices like are not as loud. So I mean,
but like as Shiki said, you guys are the majority. It's not the minority. As much as we like to say, "Oh yeah, it's just the minority that's talking really loud." No, the majority of y'all are still doing the same thing.
Is what I'm saying?
Yeah. What you mean?
I just sat there and said that. What are you, Black Dawn? I said that.
Okay, I might have missed it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So Love, Love did say Love has made it clear, but that was my point that I was trying to bring to her. Love, I'm not saying you're not saying that. I'm just saying your messaging and what your understanding and actions may line up. You're in the minority, and it's just hard. It's hard for us to see the minority and look at the majority and go, just understanding just the mentality of a young person. We're influenced easily. Just speaking scientifically, right? Things aren't fully developed. That's why they always bring up the prefrontal cortex at 25. There's a reason why they keep saying it. They're saying we're just learning. And what it looks like is everybody doing the same thing. Why are y'all trying to do something different, especially if you're not living that way, right? So we understand you're in the minority. I don't want you to feel as if you're not being listened to. I'm just saying I understand it's just two options right now. And I think naturally young people are going to choose the option that seems to just feel better to do, which is the wrong thing.
But you know, look up to that in the minority. There are women. I'm talking about a woman right now. There are women that are where they want to be, right? And they may be. That's the thing. It's like you look to where you want to go. You look to where you aspire to be. So if the women may see a housewife with some kids and she's married and she's not looking like she's having a good time, I mean, whatever. You like looking at the Instagram girl that's on Instagram and she's popping and she partying. You look to where you want to go and what you feel is the most I think advantageous is the word I'm looking for. Go ahead, Crimson. You want to say something?
Okay, I gotta jump in, right? Because it was stated a little bit earlier about how the younger women aren't really listening to what the older women are saying, and the conversation is kind of going around about the coaching is not there from the older women and things of that nature. Now, there's some validity to what you're saying, love, about, okay, I made certain mistakes. Y'all shouldn't make those mistakes. The problem with that the men aren't meeting like the women are meeting. The younger men can eventually come to a place where they can listen to the older men, even if they're hard-headed a little bit before. And the younger men can correct me if I'm wrong. But the reason, my theory on that is that because men have not changed drastically over time. They have not really changed their outlook necessarily in regards to women and relationships and and their regard for their own role as a man in life. They have not changed too much. So men can still teach that. Women, on the other hand, changed quite a bit. See, we redefined what success was for a woman. We started to, Generation X perpetuated the lie to Gen Z that we were given by the boomers. Our boomer mothers told us as Gen Xers to be independent and and you don't want to have to rely on a man and get your education and and all of this other stuff. We revved that up times 10 and gave that to Gen Z. The problem is that there are too many women that perpetuate to other young women that they don't want the relationship. How many times have we heard that women say marriage shouldn't be the goal? That don't validate no woman. And you don't have to be married in order to do this. And that's not really success for a woman. You should be concentrated on getting your bag, and you should be concentrated on getting a job. And if a dude can come around and he can help you, it's all of this other rhetoric. So the young women, unfortunately, women like myself, I spent the majority of my adult life married. I got married. The first time I got married at 20. My husband died 6 years. The first husband died 6 years ago. I just got married again last year, right? So I had like a 5 or 6 year stint of being single, right? So I have not had all of that. I didn't do the whole phase and the, all through your 20s, and all through your 30s. I didn't do that. I was actually married. So I can speak to a younger woman about, don't do the whole phase. Try be a marriageable woman, and a man will come cuff you when you're young. Unfortunately, too many women demonize that now. See, I'm a pick me now. Generations ago, I wouldn't have been. Generations ago, I'm the goal. Get married young, find a man. You know what I'm saying? And you can have a healthy relationship with him, and a marriage with him, and a family with him, and kids with him. See, now we taught the young generation of women that that's not success. And we didn't replace it with nothing. We didn't replace that with anything. We told them that they didn't need families, and they didn't need husbands, and they could survive on their own, and they could go get the bear. That's what we told them. That's where all that bear business comes from. Okay. And then we told them what Cheeky was talking about. Men are dangerous. Men are predatory. We said all of this stuff, and we allowed it to be perpetuated. All of this stuff about men and how the women nowadays, they don't need them. So now we can't be surprised as older women that the younger women don't aspire to let me be married. Let me be a wife, let me be a mom, because we demonized that already. We already said that. We already said that was bad. We already said she was stupid for that. We got a whole thing going on talking about how the older women were stupid for being wives and mothers, and the only reason that they was in these relationships is because they were so dependent on the man that they couldn't leave the relationship, and they got cheated on, and they got this and they got that, and and it's not, your marriage is not really happy, you're not really gonna be happy in it. If the people just marry just to say they marry, it's a lot of different tropes that are happening now that's preventing the younger women from now accepting that she should be marriageable, that she should have herself, make herself available for a healthy long-term marriage and relationship. We already demonized that. Women in general, I'm talking about, already demonized that for women. So ain't no young girl now in her 20s, because we told them to have a whole phase. They mama told them to have a whole phase. They auntie said, you ain't gonna know what you like till you try it, you know, and just go on out there, girl, and do you, and then you'll be able to get married later. That's, they mama told them that, they auntie told them that, their older sister told them that, the woman on the internet told them that. So they believe it now. So we can't turn around and then say, y'all supposed to be like this now, because we told them that the outcome that we had was the desirable outcome. That was the desirable outcome. She didn't need all of that other stuff. I'm done.
HQ, what you think? Love, what you think?
So, go ahead. You got it first. No, go ahead. I'll go.
There's valid points there. I mean, you know, once you continue to say this is not important, marriage is not important, a man is not important, and be independent, you know, they tend to believe that. You tend to become, start to believe that, right? I mean, I was part of the generation where my parents did say, get your education, but they also stressed that I needed to be married. So I did all of that. Okay. And I stressed to my daughters, you know, I got 4 daughters. I got 2 that are married and two that are not, who don't want to get married. Right. So it was a matter of saying, well, if you don't, you need to don't respect a man. You need to do this. You need to do that. And our generation just, once they became independent, marital rates went down. Relationship rates went down. Once you realize I can make my own money, I can do my own thing. The problem is women don't have to come to the table. They feel like they don't have to come to the table. It is what it is. You know, how do you bring young women back to the table? I don't know. And we can preach and we can say this, that, and the third. We can try to shame them. We can do whatever we want to do, but they still going to be independent and do what they want to do because it seems to be working for them. According to them, it's working for them. Right.
It's just too late to me because the damage is already done. So these new kids with new parents need to do better. If they have parents, because not everybody is fortunate enough to have parents, but the new upcoming kids need to have a better upbringing. And then that could help the damage that has already been caused. That's my opinion.
Or we can accept the fact that the value proposition of marriage is not what it once was. At some point we gotta, I'm just saying, like, think about it, right? Like it's part of a lot of things. It's part of people buying into the American dream. It's part of people who are very religious. This generation is a lot less religious. So we can't keep putting all of our things on them and expecting them to just blindly follow it. I think we are indoctrinated and conditioned to a lot of things. When you think about religion, lots of times, me being Muslim, a lot of times people were given Christianity. They didn't want to be Christian. They said their family would disown them if they even thought about another religion. And that happens in Islam too. People feel like, you know, they don't have a choice. So a lot of times we try to indoctrinate people into things. We try to bully people into things because they're our kids instead of saying, look, this is what I believe, but at some point you're going to be an adult and you have to make the choice for you. We think that our opinion is the only opinion that matters, and it doesn't fucking matter all the time as much as we want to think. It's a lot of arrogance in that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that. It's just like I said, the marriage is how people make it. If you're talking about religion, there is the Bible that can lay out that foundation, but to your point, nobody's even reading that. They're not following that. They looking at it, but they're not even following guidelines. So what I'm saying is there are people that can get married if that's their goal. Yes, it can happen. But at the same time, there's people that is just damaged from all of these factors that I guess Crimson was saying, I was saying earlier, is that these things are being taught and it's just like getting passed down, and then now Gen Z already made up their mind. So what I'm saying is that the newer kids, right, you can teach them better. So if you have children or you are about to have one day or whatever, they can learn better. They don't have to just always learn from the outside world. They can learn right side inside of their home.
Yeah, I get that, but we also got to have situational awareness. We got to understand where they are. We have to understand what's influencing them every day. More so than they're hearing our voices, they're hearing everything, hearing and seeing everything that says things that are contrary to what you're saying. And it looks much more appealing than what you're saying. And so if they see Ari jet setting around the world with Moneybag Yo, they want that lifestyle. And they don't give a fuck what you're saying as much as you like to think. You know what I mean? Not saying you, but us as parents. You know what I'm saying? So we do have to understand who has their ear, what's influencing them, what are their aspirations, and some of that shit they just don't believe in. We want them to be religious, they don't care. We want them to have the American dream, they don't care as much as we did. You know what I'm saying? And also they also have seen they may have experienced some vicarious trauma from what dad went through from his divorce from mom, or what mom went through from her divorce from dad. And so they may say, I'm never going through that. But if we want them to meet us where we are instead of meeting them where they are, then it'll never work.
No, I wouldn't say it would never work. So for example, your point sounds good, but then it doesn't, because if I just say, like, social media takes everybody's mindset to a whole nother space, right? But if I say, hey, I want to be just like Love and Hip Hop, right? That is so that's someone's maturity. Maturity is what leads people into all of this damage. So I'm saying that we need to teach more of, like, this is the end result. This is what this is going to look like if you do these things. Yes. But it's like you have to teach kids more logic. Not saying I'm not saying you are not, I'm not saying like that. I'm just saying that I don't think it's being taught logically. I don't think kids are being more mature because they're being spoiled today. They're just, here, take a cell phone and have social media, do all these things. We're giving them too much damn access. Not saying to shelter them, but at the same time, yes, you should learn from the outside world not to do those things. I learned from observation. I've seen a whole bunch of I'm just using an example. Women that have a lot of kids by different baby fathers, right? I'm not doing that. So just because the outside world is majority of nonsense, that means that I wouldn't be married today if I just use that. So I'm saying I think it's a sense of maturity and logic is all I'm saying.
I hear that, but I think you're in the minority. When we in college, right, and we just won that step show, and we in a Superdome, we at the Bayou Classic, and I know it's tens of thousands of people watching me, and we get to that frat party afterwards, and these chicks is going crazy, and I got my pick of the litter, I'm smashing something, and I probably ain't using no rubber. That's the honest truth. You know what I'm saying? When these football players got a bunch of chicks that's trying to come and get down, you know what I'm saying, and they want the whole team to get down, they getting down. All that shit their daddy told them, for most of them, it ain't gonna matter. So if we ignore that, then we are doing ourselves a disservice. You know what I'm saying? We're doing them a disservice, thinking that they're gonna listen to us. When once again, a young man that has access to dope chicks, he's in good shape, he's going to explore that. A young lady, the funny thing, a lot of times, young ladies, right? The best looking chicks on campus, I saw them getting sororities, and now they got access and attention from the best looking dudes on campus. So now they explore that thing too. We just have to understand as older people, they're gonna explore no matter what you say.
Well, I want to make sure. Love, did you get a chance to respond a while ago?
No, not to what Crimson was saying, but I know Sway had a question, so I'm gonna keep it quick so you can ask your question, Sway. You had a question, right? Okay, yeah.
But
So
I want to mine this out a little bit more too. But go ahead.
Between Lady Di and Sean.
Yeah, go ahead though. Say what
All
you.
right, so God, I should have wrote it down because Crimson talked a while back. Sorry, I should have wrote my notes down when she was talking. But the point is, I think that I'll go off what Sean and Lady Di were talking about. I honestly forgot what Crimson was saying. I wanted to address, but aspirations may have changed, right? And maybe marriage, is not the aspiration what it once was. Get the white picket fence, get the house, get the kids, get the dog, and then get your house. Like maybe the aspiration is to build wealth and get multiple houses and travel the world. And that's what you speak to and say you do that better together than you do separately. Like what now is what the younger people's aspirations are. Me personally, I definitely want to build wealth, and I definitely want to, I want to build with someone, but I'm still from, as he likes to say, Gen X. I want that commitment in a relationship. I want that love. I want to be with my person in addition to building. And so maybe their priorities have shifted slightly to where it's not necessarily with the white picket fence in the house, but it's more to just to build wealth. Maybe that's how we need to look at marriage and commitment now. I still think the minority is the woman that is married and wants, the whole white picket fence thing, and that is younger now, and she has aspirations or people look to for that. Lady Di is one of them. You're 32 years old, like you said. You've been married for 10 years. You said
married for 8, together with him for 10. Okay,
so you've been married for almost a decade in a committed relationship, and you're doing it. And so she would be part of the minority that I was talking about an hour or so ago that women could look to, that it really is successful. But unfortunately, she's a part of the minority and not the majority, and her voice is not as loud.
Yeah, I think.
You mind if I ask a question real quick? So, Lady Di, can you talk about kind of your behavior and actions within the marriage? Like, what is your role? How do you behave? What are your characteristics as a woman in marriage?
You asking me?
Yeah, right. Because Love was saying you be a good example. So maybe talk about how you behave and the role you play.
So I could just use at first, because I'm not saying I was perfect right away. I'm not saying, I got married because I had it all together. No, I didn't. It's just that I did have qualities, and I wanted to be married. So I had to change my ways in order to get that ring, if that makes sense. And when I did that, I was able to get married. Me and my husband now, we dated for 3.5 years. And it took 3.5 years to get there. Because I wasn't all the way like modern, but I had some modern ways. Like, you leave when things get hard, you're not going to stay around, whatever. So that's kind of what was going on. But now, in my earlier years of marriage, my characteristics are more just kind of family built, like building with my husband. So, whatever we have goals, we're going to set them together. If he has a goal, I'm going to help him get the goal. I'm not selfish. I'm very selfless. Before I was more selfish. So being more selfless helped the marriage, I should say, be more like at peace, happier. I'm able to achieve the things I want to do as well. It's not just everything he wants to do. It's both. We're collectively doing that together. Very open. We have communication skills to where we could talk about anything. He is open. He shares mostly everything with me. And I'm able to receive that without being, I guess I should say, judgmental or putting him down. I'm just cool. Like, I'm chill. My temperament is mostly kind of reserved at the same time, So I'll be, you know, just in my own space, but I like to have a relationship with him and be happy. I don't like to be having arguments and just being upset all the time. I'm not like that. Every day our house is just full of just peace. I'm not saying we don't have arguments. I'm not saying we don't disagree, but it's more.
Lady, let me ask you a question. Do you subscribe to your husband's baseline?
What does that mean?
Do you subscribe to his set of standards?
Yeah.
So Cheek, her husband has a strict set of standards that she subscribes to, right? So he holds himself to a standard that she can go refer to, right? And so if she subscribes to that and he's holding himself to something, now her pushback is naturally going to be less, right? Because you can see his standards, right? Oftentimes men will talk standards, but then when you ask them to articulate it, we can't, right? I think that's a key point that I want to point out.
But to Hamp's point, it wasn't always like that. Like the standards were, you know, that's why I got married. I said yes because it was similar, but then there was times where there was this, you know, a standard or a goal that I didn't get, I didn't understand. And that was difficult, right? But because I wanted to be married to him and I didn't want to have divorce and everything, I made sure that I try to understand him more than being against him. So being more open-minded, letting him explain what it is that he likes so I can understand and kind of be on that same path with him. So that's kind of how I could explain it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that's very important. One thing I often see is people will say things that suit and fit the narrative or their current station in life, right? So if like men, and we had this conversation 100 times, they don't fit that criteria that they think women want, 6 figures, 6 this, 6 that, right? And then they'll shit on the women and said criteria, right? Because they don't fit the criteria, so there must be something wrong with the criteria. Or they'll change what's right to what they feel and believe based on what they can obtain, right? As opposed to just say, oh, I'm wrong, I'm fucking up, don't do this shit. God damn, I'm in mid breath. I ain't even take a pregnant pause.
But the premise is wrong, though. Sorry.
It's my premise.
But you're talking about no, go ahead.
Yeah. It's my premise. Jeez Louise, man. Go ahead. I can't remember.
No, I'm about to go to bed, to be honest. I'm tired. I got work at 5:30. No, I'm just saying that
you need me to call that white man for you? Let me know. I call up there. I don't like when they play with my young boys. Let me know. You go in at 6:45 instead of 6:30. But nah, you know, I just see oftentimes will frame things based on where we are, and that's what's right. When the truth is, we may not be at the point that's right, but we may be progressing to get there. You know? Like there has to be an objective truth. This subjective truth, I think, has destroyed the world. That's why a man can allegedly be a woman. Go ahead, Sway. You got it.
I just think that in terms of the standards, right? And you know, I think the 6 figure, 6 feet, you know, and then they start to say, well, fuck them standards and these bitches. It's like mainly it's coming from the women that's like they're just average. So when you got most women thinking they deserve above average men, it's like, why? That doesn't make any sense. That would make sense if for the number one cheerleader, or at least women on the cheerleading squad. But you got like the random chick in the bleachers, the random chick that's doing this, and the random chick. Like everyone think they deserve the number one basketball player. Like what the hell?
They don't. But Sway, they don't, bro. If you look at it, go ahead, love. Go ahead.
But that's the thing. I did not mean to cut you off. I was trying to jump there before anybody said anything.
No, you good.
That's the same thing though, Sway. Like we have the average woman, I'm gonna go off what you said first. The average woman, random woman wanting a man that has this attribute up here, but we have the men Quantum doing the same thing. You have an average man wanting above average chick. So it's like you gotta match. You gotta match one another. I think a lot of fives think that they're 10s until they go after a 10, or they won't even go after a 10 because they mad at her when they really
Love. Why when I called y'all average, y'all got offended at me? Y'all was offended.
Numbers. I'm just pushing conversation along, sir. We're not considering.
No, but just tangibly, anecdotally, when I called y'all average, y'all said, "How dare you?"
I'm above average though. You said I was a 6.
Sway, you're right. I can see Sway.
Above average. You said I was above average. You said I was a 6. Average is fine.
Cheeky, what you laughing at, bro?
I'm above. Thank you.
I really wanted to touch on
conversation again.
I want to touch on the motor app. What you said, motor apparandi, the love. Yeah, all that. You know, 4th grade reading level going on over here. But I'm just saying. The women like love, the do as I say, not as I did. I think the biggest issue that I've seen objectively in terms of like, because Hamp would be the male version of that in a sense, but the difference is that in conversation. Well, let me ask you this, Love. Do you think you turned out okay with all the shit you shouldn't have done?
This is yes. Let me just answer your question. Yes, I do.
I think that's probably the biggest disconnect, is because if you heard Hamp, I think he gave an example of like fucking a bunch of bitches. He not only acknowledged that he did it, but he also acknowledged that it actually hindered him in the long run, and he didn't turn out okay. A lot of times, you guys as women, the women the born again, in my opinion, y'all tell them not to do it, but in the same breath, you'll say you turned out okay after going through it. So it's like, why are you telling me not to do it if you turned out okay? If I'm trying to be like you telling me to be like you, and you did all the shit. Why shouldn't I? How is this a bad thing if I can still have your outcome?
It would take them a lot shorter time to get to where I got, right? So instead of it taking 20 years, it's going to take you 5 or 7.
But do you understand the transparency when I'm talking about of accepting?
No, because listen, let me say
understand that.
No, I want to interject, because you're saying, when I say to don't do the things that I did, I never said what those things were, right? And I'm not going to, because but I had to jump in because you're equating it to Hamp saying he did a bunch of girls. That wasn't along those lines. It is things that I could have done differently that got me to where I am now quicker. That's all. That's all I'm saying. So if you want to get to a certain position in life, don't do A, B, and C, because you'll get there quick.
Can you repeat that?
Can I ask you a question though? Well, let me ask you a question. Yeah, because the answer is you're answering with a slightly roundabout, but I understand it. Do you think those actions hurt you, and you think they affect you negatively today?
That's what I'm saying. If I'm gonna answer it based upon me getting to where I want it to be quicker, then yeah. It says, like I said, taking 10 years, it could take me 5. Then I guess, yeah. It's not. That's not negative though. I mean, I guess it consider it negative, but negative would be if it didn't happen at all.
So no.
It had an impact. It did have an impact. Yes, I'll say yes. It had an impact, definitely. But yeah, the impact, it took longer.
So then you're part of the problem. Then
part of the problem.
The biggest
part of the problem. Then
I just want this to be stamped. The biggest thing is women have a hard time accepting that they did not turn out okay based off the actions that they did in their youth, i.e., baby daddy and all this other things. They like to act like they turned out okay being a single mom, but they really didn't.
Yeah. Go ahead, Cringe.
So I gotta jump in and say that's part of the problem, Love, and I'm not trying to pick on you specifically.
That's fine.
I'm just saying, like, in general, a lot of women will say, well, actually, I was okay. You know, I turned out okay, but you know, you might want to tweak. That's not hard line enough. We got to tell them, no, that was wrong. That took me all the way left. That messed me up. I got messed up behind that. See, we'll say that in terms of being with a particular man or a particular type of man. And we'll say, no, you shouldn't be with this type of man because that'll mess you up and they hurt you. And see, we'll do it that way. But when it comes to us personally as women and some of the decisions that we may have made in the past, and saying, no, that was a bad decision. Now, why was it a bad decision? Because I had a bad outcome from it. That did not, I was actually not okay. Too many women don't like to say that I'm not okay. I'll give you a quick example and then I'll land the plane. When we look at women like Ebony K. Williams, according to the rhetoric that women like to give other women, she should not be unhappy with any portion of her life at all. She should be perfectly fine. She had the career. She did everything. She had the career. She had the money. She had the education. She had the looks. She had all of these opportunities and all of these things that women told younger women, this is all you need to be happy as a woman. A man is optional. You don't have to have all of these other things. And she's now at her age. I think she's just hit 40 or whatever, early 40s. And now she's had to unscramble them eggs and have somebody to fertilize it. Okay, now she's pregnant. Why? Because she's looking for something that fulfilled her now, something she could have got 20 years ago. Something, if only she had not only focused on her career. I don't know why we can't do both, because we demonize one and uplift the other thing, only to then end up later on in our lives to miss that thing that we said we didn't need and that was optional and that didn't make us and didn't fulfill us and we didn't have to pay attention. Now we've got women like her. We've got women like Fannie Willis, all this power, all this success professionally, and she had to settle to be a side chick and fumble back. So it's examples like those women that and you couldn't pay them to say they messed up. You could not pay them women. You could, at gunpoint, they wouldn't say, I made the wrong decisions. The outcome is not what I want it to be today. I'm not happy with where I am today. And I think that's part of the bigger issue for women in general. We will not tell the younger women that we messed up and I'm not in a good space. We'll be like, oh, it's okay, but it's not okay.
And I think that some of those women blame men for those things to happen. Like they're not taking accountability either.
Lady Di, clarification on your question. Majority and minority of those women blame men.
I think it's majority because of the success rate.
Damn.
Hey, Hemp, I'm out, man. I appreciate y'all. I gotta go to bed. Much
Amen.
love. You done? Any other young cat, hold it down for me. Old people, stay not
Yeah,
angry.
just give you confidence. I was saying, good job, big ups, and old people. Good night. Have a good night and a good day tomorrow.
I didn't say the N word. Elders, I don't know.
Right.
What do y'all want to be called? Let me know what y'all want to be called.
Right. Take it easy, Sweat. Yeah.
Say bye. Bye. He's the worst at saying bye. Man. Yeah, I think honestly. What you say, Aaron? My bad.
So now I'm gonna go ahead and take the opportunity to roll too. I got an early start tomorrow, but loving the convo. Guys, take care of yourselves.
Easy, man. My bad. I didn't realize you had to leave. You usually hang out with me all night.
It's all good, man. The flow is great. You know what I mean?
You got other friends. You got other friends than me now.
Yeah, the Sandman. Yeah,
you love them.
yeah. We playing a pickup game.
Word. Damn, man. Word. Be safe, man. I'll hit you tomorrow in the morning.
Yep.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I think that's the point that we need to get clear right here, right now. The transparency in our advice needs to be there in order for it to resonate, right? We have to tell them that how much it hindered us. And if we regret it for the sake of somebody learning from it, say you regret it. Ain't nobody perfect. This shit ain't easy. And I think it's so much. I think generally the younger generation thinks we on a high horse all the time because we talk like it. You know, I think that can be a super duper hindrance, man. What
So
you
my
think?
question-
Hank? Oh, go ahead, Blackman.
No, I was gonna ask like why hold back or why lie about it. I still cannot understand why some people in the older generation do that.
Everybody want to be the man just cause. Go ahead, Hank.
I don't know who these young cats are talking to, man. I mean, whoever y'all talking to is doing a disservice for you guys. Why are they holding back and lying to y'all? I don't understand that shit. So whenever I give examples on if I'm talking to some of the cats, man, I tell them what I did. I fucked up a lot of shit, man. I fucked up more than I was successful. I took a lot of L's more than I took W's. So if I'm sharing this with you, I'm sharing this with you for a reason, because I don't want to see you go through the same bullshit I want to. You know, just like I said about my son. I told my son, I had my daughter when I was a sophomore in college. I don't want you to be a teenager, a young a father in college like that. Focus on what you need to focus on. Now, I know Hamp gave me hell talking about my shit's outdated, and maybe it could be. Do they want to go on the next? Yeah, I know you want to filter all the juices and the berries about the pussy. I do too. I love it. You know, every man should try it one time. But please believe me, there's other things beside them goddamn nappy head kids that you need to worry about that can cost you your goddamn life. That's what I'm talking about. That kid's just going to be a temporary issue to you. 18, 19, 20, when they grow up and move on, they're going to move on. But guess what? You mess around and get an STD, penicillin can't cure. Ain't shit nobody can do for you but pray and hope you make it through.
Hank, I think the key is learning how to have a conversation, and that's not preaching. A lot of times as older people, we start to preach instead of just having a conversation. And in that conversation, I'm not trying to sway you. I'm just giving you information. We just having a simple conversation. I know what them trenches feel like. I know what them bullets feel like. So I'm not trying to tell you what and what not to do. I'm trying to tell you, man, I remember when I was back then, I was cooking up and this happened. I remember the time I got arrested and this happened. I remember how it felt to get shot. You know what I'm saying? And blah, 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 blah. I'm real descriptive with it because I went through it. I'm not telling you what and what not to do. We just sharing experiences. So when you can make it feel organic like that, it's much more palatable.
Yeah, but either way, it could also come off as sounding like preaching, though, Sean. Either way, even if we share an experience, you know, it depends on, you know, who it is, how they want to receive it. They may still consider that preaching. You understand what I'm saying? So then, I mean, how do you adjust? I look at it like this, young blood. If you're ready to receive this information, brother, I'm ready to share. But if you're not ready to receive this information, but it's nothing I can really do for you. It's just not your time. It's just not your time.
You.
Or maybe I'm not the person. Maybe I'm not the person who can
even that part
who can share with you. Maybe somebody else. Maybe I'm just not it. And I'm okay
right. Even
with
that
I can
part.
accept that.
That part will feel preachy to me. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just having a conversation. Like I would never bring up the fact that I'm trying to coach you or that I'm trying to guide you or anything like that. I would just have a conversation. Because once you start to bring up things like that, it starts to sound like, hey, man, look, you can take this or not take it, and whatever the case may be. Just have a conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like real talk, I think the key for me has always been building a rapport. And then at some point, they start to come to you for things. And then that gives you permission to have that conversation and give that advice. We try to give the advice before we even have permission, before it's even determined that we're a person that they even want to listen to. I think our job is to either become the person that they listen to and then guide them in the right way, or understand that you're not the person they want to listen to right now. Find out who they listen to and try to influence them to get them to go in the right direction. You know what I'm saying? But that takes a level of humility.
Well, so are we saying? That's what I just said. I said, maybe I'm just not that person for you to give you that information. Maybe it's just not me. And that's why I said I can accept that. I'm okay with that. You know, and look, as long as you get it, I don't give a damn. I mean, there was times when my son would listen to what his coach say. I said the same thing a month ago. I had to let my ego go. I had to let my pride go. Mm-hmm. And son, as long as you get it, I don't care where you get your information from like this. As long as you get it, I'm okay.
And my last point before I pass it is you know what? And sometimes the exact thing that you've been trying to tell him that he ain't gonna listen to, Coach Hamp is gonna tell him, and he ain't got to tell him twice. Because he got a better relationship and he's much more open to listening to what Coach said. because he just rock with Coach right now.
Yeah. HQ. Let me get HQ.
I mean, I mean, I get where people are coming from. I get where you want to tell people this, that, and the third. I'm one of those people where I don't want to hear all the good. I don't want to always hear all the good. I want to hear where the mistakes were made. Because a lot of people get on here and say, oh, I was married and my wife is this and my husband is that. Marriage ain't like that. Many a time, my marriage would have ended if it would not have been for me and my patience and me being the person that I am. That's the reality of marriages. People get on here, oh, we get married. It was the flowers and I submitted and I did all that. And marriage never was like that. Okay. And the young people need to hear marriages are not all flowers and roses. You want people to get married, but plenty of times I had to restrain myself from cussing my husband out, telling him I'm walking out the door. 30 years of dealing with certain things. Okay. So when people get on here and say, oh, my marriage was this and I'm so happy and I never this and women should submit and men should be dig this man and that ain't how marriage is. And I tune out. I don't know about nobody else. I tune out when I hear somebody saying my marriage is so perfect. It was this, that, and the other. I get it. I do. You want to present the best, put the best foot forward, but that's not how that works. And that's not how marriage is. And these young people understand that we be bullshitting sometimes. You know damn well you stepped out on your wife when you first got married to her. Don't play with me. You know you was out there in the club freaking on a dude when you was married to somebody else. Don't play with me. I understand all of that. Okay? And the young and also older people understand that, and the young people do too. Come with the real. Don't come with the bullshit. Oh, I just was married. I was just the perfect wife. I never did this. I'm the perfect husband. I never did that. I ain't never gonna tell nobody I was the perfect wife. I never cheated on my husband, but I ain't gonna never tell you I didn't want to cuss his ass out. I ain't never gonna tell you there was plenty of days I walked out the door and didn't and planned on never coming back, but I did. Okay. So when we say marriage is the goal, of course marriage is the goal. Of course I would preach that to women, but I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I'm not gonna play with you about being married because marriage is not easy. Marriage is a choice. It's a choice every day to look at that person and say, I hate your ass, but you know what? We got things we got to do together because we made this commitment together. And there's plenty of times that you ain't gonna love your spouse. You ain't gonna like your spouse. You gonna love them, but you ain't gonna like them. And then you have to think, and is this marriage worth it? Is it worth it to keep going? And people get on here and say, my marriage is perfect and my marriage, no, it's not. Stop lying, because I know you lying. I know you lying.
Now that what HQ just said is a minority. I don't think people up here just saying their marriage is perfect. I don't even really hear people talking about their marriage.
In these spaces,
everybody.
In these spaces, bro, they be the biggest fucking lie, bro.
Yeah, nah.
Dumb nigga. Everyone just lies.
Everybody doing great. Everybody doing great. Yeah.
They are him and hers. They're thems.
That's a fact. I never forget this time Lady died. And I say this because Trigger Mike, he be listening, right? So what's the shit y'all wear? That expensive shit to go to the gym.
Lululemon.
Lululemon, right? All the women wear that shit to go to the gym, right? I'm like, Trigger Mike, your wife don't wear Lululemon to the gym, whatever it's called. Yeah, but she wear a big shirt. I said, this ain't What About Your Friends, nigga. This ain't TLC. Ain't nobody wearing no big shirt to no gym. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, come on. She wear the Lululemon, you know it. And she go to the gym. You know what I'm saying? Like my wife used to do this thing. She used to tie a jacket around her waist, right? I found a jacket in the driveway one time. I said, man, get the fuck out of here with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it just like, Go ahead, Black
No,
Dog.
I don't want to say no names or nothing, but we all know who they are. It's like I know you was your wife like eighth choice. We all know it. You ain't got a fucking lot. Like, nigga, you just don't got like
Like
that
dog,
energy. You know what I mean? Oh, my bad. You don't got that energy. I didn't mean to say that word. My
Christ.
bad. Kind of slipped out. I'm just saying, like, it's so annoying when I see these characters come up here, be playing a character and whatnot. And I'm just like, bro, like, get out the panel, bro. Like, I'm about to drop a 20 on this dude head. Like, you just a clown. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
I mean, I can pretend for a little while. I usually can pretend a lot on these panels, but my patience gets very thin, and then I'm gonna tell you the truth. You ask me the truth, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna ask you. You ask me, I'm gonna tell you.
When I was 20 years old, I was making 8 figures, and I had like 9 hoes on me and all.
I was him. Every girl you saw, she was mine. I'm like, bro, come on, man.
Especially when we can go to their social media and see no signs of any of this.
Yeah, let me read these damn super chats. Damn, I've been just listening, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Onika Sue with the 2000 says, these old women aren't teaching girls nothing. Ezekiel, salute. Trying to get to 1,000 memberships. Appreciate you, Art. Through the fire with the $5 says, HQ prove why women might not have an internal standards by the green room comments. She hit y'all with. Oh, green room comments she hit y'all with. Well, if everyone else is doing it, I should too. Jones effect, man. Marcus Evans with the $5 says, so by HQ's dumb ass logic, y'all mute for me. Women aren't the gatekeepers of sex, right? Well, I think she maybe heard the contradiction in it. And with the $5 says, the course of success in technology and knowledge is social awkwardness and the need to not want to teach each other and disrespect. Choice our elders made. MC Heavy Tips with the $5 says, hello to the panel in the chat. What's popping? Marcus Evans with the $2 says, shout out to Cheeky. Aaron with the $2 says, I say this a lot. Cheeky made this the best episode. Venus was popping with the $10 says, I told y'all last week, stop talking to the younger people. They don't care about what y'all have to say, and they don't respect your opinions. So what is the point? Damn. Aaron with the $2 says, told y'all they buy babies polygamy work for Gen Z. Allow with the $5 says, cheeky preaching because women for sure will tell you quick they got someone else waiting. Bob Banks, what's up, Bob with the $2? A self-admitted feminist. Ezekiel with the $5 says, we the people want to hear Crimson have a go at it. Okay, well, that was at 10:14, so she got her shit in for sure. Venus with the $5 says, when people refuse to listen, let them fail. Life will be the best at teacher. What you can't teach them, life will show them. Marcus Evans with the $5 says, take them to school, Crimson Cure. And what up, brother Aaron? MC Heavy Tips with the $5 says, true. My boomer parents told me to get my education and not get married young when I was engaged at 19. Damn. Son, kid, shalom. PJ with the $5 says, does anyone have a real life lived experience of the issues portrayed on social media? I'm just curious. Yeah, I've seen a lot of women twerk in real life. Is that what he mean? Hell yeah. Yeah, PJ. Aaron with the $2 said, yeah, I seen moms and daughters at the club competing. For sure. Aaron with the $2 says, I know girls who want to be the weekend parent. Jack was popping with the $2 says, don't mind me. I'm just cyber stalking Lady Di. He always cyber stalking somebody, boy. Romello with the $5 says, it is most likely going to take hard times for a reset. Damn. Aladdin with the $5 says, I wonder if y'all realize the Great Depression ended around the 40s. The generation after that really got hit. From that angle, you can see the fracture. Aaron with the $2 says, notice I said weekend parent. No desire for love. Harold Murdoch with the $10. What's popping? Harold says, the value of marriage has only lost its value in the West, particularly in the black community. Other races have success with it. Look at the wealthiest race in our culture. They are more married than us. Aaron with the $2 says, we ain't even get to the OnlyFans girls. Shaking my head. Scary hours. We actually got to that yesterday. It's less than like 0.0001% of women on OnlyFans. So it's like 3 million women on OnlyFans in the whole world. Eli with a 20 ball. He said, I'm thankful for women like Crimson Cure and Mrs. Crimson and Lady Di, which is leading a good number of women in the right direction. Your work will have an impact on a better future for men like myself who want to be married one day. TJ with the $10 says, what the F is this? What the F is this my person bull? Why we can't say my man, my woman, my husband, etc. But my person sounds rainbow to me and diminishing type label.
I said about my man, TJ. I said my person. Anyway. Yeah. No.
Stan with the $5 says, visit the VA hospital and nursing homes. When you realize you can't turn back time, it will be an eye-opener for many. Choose your path wisely. PJ with the $5 says, to all the men on the panel, has a woman in real life turned you down and said it's because you don't earn 6 figures and not 6 feet? Honest question. Yeah, I've been called short before.
But yeah, I've definitely been called short before. I don't know about money. Money's never really.
I'm 6 feet, so that ain't my struggle either.
I'm 5'8". I'm good. No, nobody turned over. Nah,
Let's get Sean out of here, man. TJ with the 20 ball says, Sway just pointed out why women won't be able to reach the younger women won't be able to reach the younger women they should because of well, through it all, I'm better on the other side. That's why my 20-year-old niece thinks 304 culture is the perfect. But I think what PJ is alluding to is when you see those shows on South Beach when they're asking the women drug dealer, scammer, or 9 to 5, and they're picking drug dealer and scammer. I think he's alluding to the fact that those are true anomalies, and in that just on that beach asking those questions, they seen the show before too, so they give the provocative answers so they can make the role, they can make the real. You know what I mean? I think maybe that's what he's kind of pushing toward. Aaron with the $2. Fatality, Sway, Cheeky, Crimson, my super chats. Eli with the $5 says, Sway and Mrs. Crimson right, because my own mom will include God and still lie and will not admit to nothing. It's crazy to me. Hank method works too, depending on the person. Everyone's method of reasoning is different. Eli with the $5 says, therapy for Miss HQ. HQ just said some good shit though. Oh, Nikasu with the $2 says, HQ confirmed. Women always ready to dip. Nah, she said. Maybe he sent that before she.
Yeah, that was not her point.
No, that's 10:59. He just sent that.
Yeah, that wasn't her point.
She quite literally said she stayed the whole 30 years.
Like she said that. What?
Fifi with the $5 said the older generation is online saying the same thing as the younger ones about women. So why would Gen Z listen if Gen X is just as single as them? God damn. We kind of opened that up earlier. Cerise with the $2 says TMBR is my favorite show. Love the characters. Indeed. Tommy was popping with the $10 says the thing that influenced me most to not get married when I was younger was married men. That advertisement was trash to me when I was younger and watching that lifestyle. They look perfect. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So we are at the 3-hour mark. I know Lady Di get old on me fast when you know at the 12 a.m. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody need to go, they don't need to stay on. I'm gonna stay on for maybe an hour longer. If anybody need to head out, I just want to make sure I acknowledge that. If so, would you like to give a final thought?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do it.
I'm gonna do a final thought.
Y'all old as shit, man.
Yes, we are.
Go ahead, Cheek.
We are all. Look, man. I don't. Anyway, I think the conversation. I enjoyed the conversation. I'm glad you all listened to me because I listened to you guys as well. I think it was a good conversation. I think it was honest, and I that's kind of what we're looking for. It seemed like you guys were just being transparent about what goes on with you all, and I appreciate that. HQ especially, you didn't have to reiterate what you've already explained before, and I don't want you to think that it was being used against you. I just want you to understand, like, this is what we've been saying, and we keep trying to tell you guys, like, it's not as simplistic as you all have made it seem whenever you give us advice or talk to us. And some men are looking for relationships and not just to have sex. And the experience is very similar still, whether or not you're principled or not. It's just we're in a different time. We're in a different era of morals and principles. You have to understand that, and if you don't want to, that's fine, but just expect frustration and it to be expressed, because we're no longer holding back. Right? That's just something that this younger generation was not taught, or we didn't learn, or whatever you want to. That speak when spoken to. You're a kid. All that is out the window. We have minds and we express them. So, you know, no offense to the older generation. Just it is what it is type deal. So love y'all. Good night. Y'all be safe. I'll see y'all.
Love you, bro. Proud of you.
My final thought: I appreciate Cheeky. I said this before, and I'll say it again. I appreciate the perspective that he brings. He's mid-20s, from my understanding, if I remember correctly, and he actually gives me hope. He may be part of the minority, but nevertheless, he gives me hope. And Black Dawn's pretty good too, because Black Dawn said he actually. You're around the same age, right, Black Dawn? I think you're in your 20s.
Yeah, we're the same age. Yeah.
Exactly. So, you know, you two guys really gave me hope, and I appreciate that, because I have, you know, nieces, I have younger cousins, and I'm just, you know, I appreciate the dialogue and the conversation tonight. This was great, and y'all keep it up. I appreciate y'all. It's been real. This old Gen X lady gotta go to bed.
All right, man. Love you. Be safe. Anybody else got a roll, Lady Di?
Yeah,
I gotta. You can go first, sorry.
I was gonna say, like, even though majority of people today that are dating for sex, if you're not like that, don't fall into it. Just because the majority of the world is like that, still try to seek for what you want, and the people who are like you will find, and then you can live that life that you want. That's all I want to say.
Indeed. Crimson?
Yeah, I told you I was old. So I'm
hey man, we 3 hours, 3 strong hours.
Baby, my bedtime calling. Okay, you got me sitting here suited and booted in the house at midnight.
Hey man, I love you. I appreciate you, man. Go ahead.
I appreciate being invited here. I appreciate the conversation that everybody had. You know, HQ was actually saying some real stuff about marriage.
Mm-hmm.
And those things being a choice. You have to choose to stay. It's work. I even be talking about, I have whole live streams on my channel, how to argue. How to actually argue in your marriage. Because I don't want people thinking you shouldn't do that, or it's not going to happen, because you absolutely going to get into a knockdown, drag out, but it don't got to be the end of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But that's what I wanted to say to that. But my closing statement is this. Just because there's a majority of people going the wrong way, that's not going to be no excuse. Because if you're going to be hard-headed, talking about what the majority, you did it, then the other side of that coin is don't complain later when it don't turn out good. And I don't want to hear nothing about nobody told you, because you had a lot of people telling you don't do that, and why not to do that, just not wagging their finger at you, but saying this is what it is. because at the end of the day, young or not, we are thinking and rational adults, and the decisions that we make today do affect us tomorrow, and young is not an excuse. Life don't care about that. When you get my age, the book turns over You actually live the second part of your life. Everything you learn from birth up until that moment dictate how the second part of your life gonna go. So all of them bumps and knocks and bruises that you went through, you need to learn something from that. That has to mean something, because you actually feel your life turn over at 40. You actually feel the difference here. You feel it here. Mortality becomes more real and all of that. Your priorities change, the value shift, all of that stuff shifts and changes. What was important to you at 22 has no importance to you at 42. None. You be trying to figure out what you was thinking and why was that so important, right? So this is my word to young people. If you want the second part of your life to mean anything, that first half of your life, you need to make that count. Make that count. Being young is barely an excuse for anything, because you, even though you're going through a learning experience, you actually got to learn it though. And it's nothing wrong with learning from somebody else's experience, learning from the observation. Those people didn't end up where I want to be, so why would I do what they did? If I do what they did, I'm gonna end up where they are. If I punch a ticket on a flight to Arizona, where I'm gonna go? When the plane lane where it's gonna be. I can't be surprised. I was trying to go to Germany. No, you wasn't. Because you punched a whole ticket to Arizona. What do you think was gonna happen? Understand? The second part of your life is important. The first part of your life dictates what that's gonna be. So be mindful of your choices. And that's really all I gotta say. But thank you all.
Can I ask you just one question, Crimson? I'm so sorry.
Sure.
Okay, hey, thank you so much, DJ Hemp, for allowing me on your panel. It was an amazing show so far, and I'm excited to be on the show with you, Miss Crimson Cure. I think your channel was amazing. I actually wanted to speak with Lady Di because she said something interesting, and I wanted to get her take on it. But since she's not here, I would love to get your take on it. Earlier in the show, Lady Di was making this point that she thinks one of the problems with men in the dating market today is them not approaching the dating market with purpose, right? And I love Lady Di and her husband's content. I'm a fan of their stuff. But I think that sometimes when a statement is made that way, it's not taken into consideration the experience of men when we're dating, especially in the current generation. So for instance, right, the problem is men not approaching the dating market with purpose, but we know that a lot of women, a majority of women maybe, we could say, aren't looking for a man with purpose. They're looking for men who have already fulfilled their purpose and are
what's your question, Dark Lake?
Experiencing and are experiencing.
Yeah, I gotta say goodbye too, my guy.
And are experiencing.
Dark Lake, what's your question though? What's your question?
So my question is, how are men supposed to, I guess, take a statement like that, right? And sort of utilize that to the dating market when essentially it's like women are looking for men who already fulfilled a purpose instead of just have one. If you think that statement is fair.
I think we got two different definitions of purpose in the same sentence. And It's not making a whole lot of sense, because to approach the dating with purpose is different from a man being on his purpose. That's different. That purpose in two different ways. So it doesn't quite, it's disjointed a little bit. Men, if they're wanting wives, you do have to approach women with the intent, because men gatekeep the relationship. She can't be in a relationship unless you say she in one. She can't be married to you. She's not your woman until you say that. You have to say that. You determine what this is going to be. This is why women look to you and be like, well, what are we now? That's why she asking you, because she got to ask you, because you the one that determines that, right? So if you want a wife, you got to approach the dating. I hate the dating market because the word date is what hoes use. It's prostitution. I don't like the word date, because if you're looking to get married, you're courting, you're not dating. But that's a whole different show. I take the whole last hour to do that.
Hey, listen, I appreciate you just staying for the little bit of time answering my question. Thank you.
No problem. All right, bye everybody.
All right, be safe.
Right. Yeah, I'm about to head out too. I'm actually really glad. This is probably one of the first few conversations in the space where I didn't get a fucking headache and like lose my mind hearing people be on some nonsense. I appreciate everybody that came out of the panel, especially all the older gentlemen, Sean Antonio, Hank, Uncle Rick. I didn't really get to talk to you that much, but it's you already know. It's always a pleasure talking to you. I mean, you already know what you.
It's good to see you though,
Yeah.
bro. I ain't seen you in a minute, so I hope everything okay with you.
Oh yeah, we straight over here in this corner. We all good. But yeah, it was really good conversation. Actually productive for the first time in a long time. And you know, I'm loving this vibe. Shout out to everybody else on the panel, Dark Leg, August, William, especially you, HQ, being transparent. And yeah, I hope to be back soon.
No doubt, bro. Be safe.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
HQ, you hanging out? Hank, you hanging out? Sean, you gotta go.
Yeah, yeah, sleep is calling. I've been up since 4.
No doubt. I know the vibes.
I appreciate it, man. I love talking to the youngins, man. They give you a lot of insight that we, may not even think of because we're past that point. And sometimes it's hard for us to. Sometimes it's hard for us to look backwards and understand where they are because we're so far removed from it, man. But I would just implore all my fellow old people, just try to meet them where they are. Other than that, man, you're just gonna be somebody that's preaching, and we didn't listen to our parents, so why would we expect them to listen to us more than we listen to ours? You know what I'm saying? Just is what it is, man. Don't forget where you came from. But man,
Hey,
it's
before
a
you
pleasure.
roll, Sean. Hey, what's going on, Ham? What's going on, panel? Hello, everybody.
What's up, John?
Hey, before you roll, Sean, just throw it out here. What's the age count of everybody who's on the panel right now? Because some things I'm looking to say. I did want to get in earlier, but I was checking and rolling through the chat, just looking for nonsense. But what's the age count for everyone right now on the panel, if you don't mind? I'll go first. I'm 54.
I'll be 46 this year. I just don't do drugs, so I look great.
51 this year.
34.
48.
34.
Hank.
Is Hank frozen again?
I think Hank like 47.
Nah, it was Hank's birthday. He's 48. He just made 48.
48. Yeah.
Happy birthday to Hank again.
Only reason I asked, happy birthday, Hank, as well. I had my birthday over the weekend as well, too. Happy birthday to you, Hank. The reason why I was throwing that out there is because what I want to mention here in a little bit, I'll drop the mic here second half. But the reason why I wanted to ask that question is because when we having the conversations with the younger folks, are we also going back to what Sean is saying? Are we looking at the point to whereas what we want to share with them as far as knowledge, are we within an age range that they're willing to listen to? That's one of the key things I noted, but that's all I want to drop in here real fast. And I'll lean back here, Hank. But thanks for answering the question, Sean. Yeah, I'm on the sideline. Back to you, man.
No doubt. All right, Sean, be safe, man. Appreciate you. Hank is 49. Okay. HQ, women don't answer that question still, or new generation? 57. Yeah. Can you age out of relevance? I think that's a viable. Yeah, you can become too old where you become like the relevancy. I think kids dismiss it to an extent because they just assume you don't know the things.
My point I'll lead into later.
It's also biblical though. So the Levites, once they turn 50, they don't preside over the congregation anymore. The Levites preside over the congregation from 25 to 50. After 50, they still advise, but they simply age out because they don't resonate the same way. So interesting. What's up? See, I can't see her. What you guys think, man? HQ still hanging, but Hank's still here. But Hank, you chilling or you about to get up out of here? Hank. He just looking.
He delayed.
Yeah, my shit's messing up. My bad. Now I'm gonna get out of here, big brother. I got to be at work early in the morning, so I appreciate you having me. It's a great show. Go ahead, Amp. I'm sorry.
No, final thought for you.
Oh, that's it. Final thought for me, man. Black man, protect yourself at all times, but you got to get on somebody's couch, somebody's Zoom meet, man. Get your mind right, get your thoughts right, man. Get yourself physically and mentally right. Men of a certain age, man, definitely go get a good full physical. It's rough out here. A1C in order. Get that in order. You know what I'm saying? Get your blood work in order. Diabetes and heart disease is some of the biggest killers amongst black men. So take care of yourself. A man of a certain age, like John Henry, Uncle Rick, and myself and my brother Will, we got to go get your prostate colonoscopy, man. Take care of yourself, man. You only get one shot at this thing.
Word.
If I may.
Appreciate. He got a delay. You want to ask me a question? I don't know if he.
Oh no, it was for John Henry. I thought he was leaving. My bad.
Okay, let me. So
I'm
Hank
still
got
here,
the
man.
roll, but HQ, you hanging out or you gonna get your final thought?
Oh, let me just give my final thought. I mean, it was a good discussion. The younger kids got out what maybe made it annoying for them because they feel like they're being preached to instead of talked to. And that's when they tune out. And that's, I think, where the majority of that generation has gotten to. They don't want to be preached to. They want to hear the truth. And a lot of people don't want to present the truth how it is and let chips fall where they may. So I believe in just telling them the truth and let it lay where it is. Because it is what it is. So, and I thank you for being on the panel today.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you.
Perfect.
Be safe, HQ. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Onika Sue with the $2. My head killing me. Almost done with my workout, no doubt. Dark Lake was probably, you said you had a question for John Henry.
Oh yeah, it was just in reference to your question about the older gentleman and the young man accepting the advice. There was a guy in the chat, I think how you pronounce his name is Jarice. He said it's not your age, it's the message, right? And I think that's a good point.
Dark
It's
Lake, I only read super chats out loud.
Oh no, it wasn't a super chat. It was just in the.
I know.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah.
My bad.
You showing that nigga too much love. He ain't pay a dime.
My bad. My bad. Then. Sorry.
And he's an asshole, but I love him. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, forgetting about what he said, that guy. Like for example, John Henry. Like a lot of men will, like, project their problems in the dating market, and then from older gentlemen we'll hear stuff like "go outside," right? And although that's kind of good advice because there's a lot of people not going outside enough, that's like a common phrase that we hear from like older gentlemen a lot of times. But then like that type of statement is sort of insensitive to the dating landscape that has changed within the past 20 years. You feel me? And then that's when some of the older gentlemen will get kind of pushed back from the younger guys. Is that fair? You think that's fair?
No, it's a fair assessment because one of the things I was going to say is that I can recall when dating apps first came into the arena for dating. So we're talking about now going back into like the late 90s, the early 2000s. You're talking about eHarmony. You're talking about Match.com. You had multiple sites that were out there. But prior to that, dating used to be a thing of almost having to be some type of impromptu type of comedian. You had to be ready to have something to say because you actually had that opportunity to say what you needed to right then and there. And sometimes if you miss your shot when you have the opportunity, you end up at home like, man, I should have said this. So therefore, that meant that you had to be ready to speak when you stepped out. But the thing here is that there were still a lot of people who had that sense of social awkwardness. For example, before I was 6 feet where I am right now, I was about 5'5" or 5'6" about 20 some odd years ago. And to some girls, I wasn't tall enough. I always made sure I got to class, had my books. Some girls, I was a nerd. I was a geek, something along those lines. But the thing is that you still had to open your mouth and say something. Now, as you go into the 2000s or so, where you got the dating apps out here, those people who are afraid to open their mouths, there was an advantage for them now. Well, not an advantage, but there was a doorway. So if they were socially awkward, they couldn't really speak, they couldn't have a conversation, that app gave them the ability to at least have some type of voice. But the problem is, just like when the internet became useful to everyone, when DARPA finished with it back in the mid to late 80s, and it was released starting around the early to mid 90s, you had a purpose, communication, bring people together. But then you had sex. Sex is always going to be there. So because of the fact sex was still there, someone figured out a way, let's get this camera that we can put on the computer. Let's go ahead and make sure that people know how to get to See You, See Me, which is one of the earlier locations that you could go if people wanted to watch other people have sex and just do things like that. But then the dating app came along, and now for people who like to get out there and meet people in the wild on the outside, I can use the app now. So the app had the general intentions as dating did. Now, I know Crimson Cure didn't like hearing the word dating being used, but on a show we did with Hamp a couple of months back, it was acknowledged that used to be a thing of courting. We used to go straight to courting. And I can't recall Hamp who said something about the dating, or not dating market, but marriage. But there was a time that you had to meet her parents. When you met a girl, it was the intention of courting and marrying her right from the bat. But towards the middle of the 60s, going into 70s, when Cosmopolitan, Susan Browder is her name, you can find it on the internet, Susan Browder and her magazine were releasing information that were telling women, you don't need to get married. Being single is where you want to be. And put that narrative out there, which has been what has infiltrated the last 30 some odd years with the sexual revolution for women, liberation through the pill, these type of things. So that built on that. So dating became the thing you did before courting because, well, how do I know this is what I want to do? This is what I want to be. But it still gives you the capability to find out where you want to go with it. So when older men, now going back to your premise, older men say, go outside, I would think, yeah, it's a bit insensitive if you don't look at it from the standpoint of those people who are not comfortable outside or who didn't have the capability to speak and exist outside. So the dating apps had their purpose initially, but it got turned into a booty call like everything else down the road.
Yeah, there's nothing I can argue with. Yeah, that was all facts.
Yo, come on. Yo, but
yeah.
John, that's so much information in one breath. Is that how you mentor? Is that how you mentor?
No, it depends upon the individual. When they talk about the message, you have to know your audience. Mm-hmm. So yes, for certain folks, yes, who say, give me enough, let me take it in and I'll sit back. So I need to dial it back a little bit more. But yes, when I'm talking with folks who ask the question in conversations, I ask, hey, how do you want to do this? Do you want it in bits and pieces, or do you want me to put it out there so you have enough to think about, and then we just chop it up from there?
Yeah.
Hey everybody, how y'all doing? I ain't get to say hello to everybody. Congratulations on your thing, by the way, to do today.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to you, man. Keep working, bro. Doesn't it sound and I'm asking a question to everybody on the panel. Doesn't it sound like the same communication gap they say we have with the youngins they have with each other?
What do you mean?
So how they don't understand how we communicate when we talk to them, right? Either the message is too long, too short, it's preachy, but it seems like the communication gap between them is a total misunderstanding.
Like youngin' and youngin'?
Yeah.
Why you say that?
Because, right, from again, this is me going off what I see here, right? For what I keep hearing, right? So we'll hear that these people say, okay, online is all these requirements, right? Mm-hmm. But then when people go outside, right, and a young man supposedly got motion, got swag or whatever, can talk to women, right? He doesn't have the same problems that another man would, and vice versa, right? Those things that the ladies online are saying are standards don't apply to those guys. right? So, and somebody who asked the question that it was in a super chat said, what woman ever told you I'm not dating you because you got 6 figures, because you don't have 6 figures or you're not 6 feet? Right?
PJ
So could it be, right, that the way to fix this problem is to get away from the very things that y'all look at as freedoms to communicate more? The texting, the Instagram, right? The FaceTime. Maybe if you can approach these people and see how y'all energy is in real life, right? Outside as people, so to say, no disrespect. At that point, you can actually gauge yourself for where you're at. If that makes sense or not.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I'll be quick. Yeah, I think what it is, and this term has been beaten into the ground, and maybe it should be. The talking points don't uphold themselves, right? And then they defeat each other. That's what I kind of hear what you're saying, Uncle Rick. Like, this is said, you go outside, you can't duplicate it, right? But we continue to say them. And you said much more than that, but that's one thing I pulled from it. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Dark Lake.
Oh, hey, Uncle Rick, man. It's been a long time since I spoke to you. I understood what you were saying. I just feel as though, like, again, right? It is not a lack of understanding, because I know you understand. I know a lot of older gentlemen understand, but it's like back in the day when you were dating, were men being compared to bears, right? Was that a thought process in women's mind in the dating market of that time?
Not at all, right? But men were compared to soaps. Hold on, John. Right? I don't want to argue with nobody. What I'm saying is this, right? Yeah, they can say that stuff because it's online and it's glamorous, right? Right? It gets clicks and views. I think everybody, including me, right, enjoy being able to have conversations and say certain things and pass my thought process along to other people. And to be honest with you, it's without judgment, because y'all don't know me, right? You can have your opinion of me. You can say, "Oh, Ricky's stupid and he old," but really in my real life, y'all don't affect me much. Right? So these people feel they feel they have the freedom, the very freedom to say whatever they say, where they really don't mean it in real life. They don't. Right? Because if that was the case, if we want to put it off on both parties, right? Because that's what I'm about. Let's point out the disparities between each, right? The women that say they want these things, they never have that, and vice versa, right? Right, because in real life, the truth is that you're only going to qualify for the choices that you qualify for.
Can I add to your point, Uncle Rick? I think what he's trying to say is even like if you look on,
you ain't even say hi to nobody. You raised by wolves.
Everybody, how y'all doing? My bad. I know better than that. I think what Uncle Rick is trying to say, like, even if you look online, right, and a girl might look bad as ever online, because she know her angles. But then you see that same chick in person, she got the filters and the angles down pat. But then you see her in person, and she not half as, what she look like online. So it levels the market. Online, the personification of who you want to be, you can say and demand more. But in reality, when apples to apples and we see you in person, and you ain't half of what you look like online, then it's a whole different story. You're not going to be able to demand a 6 feet, 6-figure nigga. So that's why it's talking points online versus being in the real world. And I think that's why these old heads be telling the youngins, get outside. Because the only way you really going to be able to see what you up against in real life is in real life. This online stuff, you could be whatever the fuck you want. You could switch it up, get the angles right, do it, filter it up. So they gonna ask and demand more because they think that they better. And the comments and the DMs is what's pushing it, because they seeing the same thing, but in reality it's a whole nother game. That's what I think he's trying to say.
Right. I honestly believe that the things that has been placed in front of everybody, not just our people, especially when it comes to relationship and love, are the very things that got us handicapped. right? Because these things are controlling our people's perceptions so much, right? And what people don't understand, and I'm sure you do, Darkly, because you're intelligent, right? Is that your perception definitely becomes your reality, right? So if you go out,
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I was muted. I was gonna say, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So again, from me looking around, and I've been outside for the past like 4 weekends, right? Shout out to my wife, man. Good time last weekend, right? So what I see, right, is that both sexes are arming themselves with the information, right? So what happens is what happens is, and I witnessed this on a cruise, a reggae cruise, and at a concert, right? What happens is if somebody walks up, right, and they have a conversation, right, and they just talk, they get to, y'all know how it is if you first walk up and you see a chick, y'all waiting for a drink, whatever, right? And it's just a conversation. That man get the number and he dipped, right? But then last week I heard the dude, he came with talking points, and then the girl, from what I saw, the girl, she was looking at him like, come holler at me. You know what I mean? Shooting him choosing signals, right? But then when he got up and he started coming up talking crazy, right? She hit him back with the same talking points.
What's talking crazy though? What is that?
Like, he was basically like, why you got that dress on?
Oh,
you see what I'm saying? Right? I'm not gonna say it made me uncomfortable when I saw it, but it was weird. You know what I mean? Right? So she hit him back like, where you work at? How much money you get? Right? Her attitude changed on a dime. Right? It went from the look to right. So what I'm saying is, again, right, maybe it's time for everybody just to get to know each other for real. Maybe it's time. Right? Maybe we need to stop allowing groups of people who really aren't going to affect our life shape our perceptions. Maybe. I don't know. I might be wrong. I don't know nothing.
I can agree to that, Rick. You generally have two type of archetypes that are the influencers that a lot of people will listen to. One will be the unrestrained man who is, I think I mentioned this last night, lacks the ability to self-regulate his behavior, lacks the ability to deny self-gratification, and is always standing out here raw, ready to go to prove his manhood. Then you have the uncovered woman who is known by her contentiousness, her adversarial behavior, level of contempt. And you can see that these are the two folks that people will generally gravitate to, because when they see him or her being their authentic, proud and loud self, they think, yeah, he told them, yeah, he stood on business. So yeah, I agree with what you're saying with that, Uncle Rick. Darkly, going back to what you asked the question about the bear. In the 90s, men weren't compared to bears. We were compared to dogs. So you would hear the thing of all men are dogs. That was what was popular about the time. You had this book out called Women Are From Venus, Men Are From Mars. You had a guy named John Gray who had been married for 26 years trying to say what was going on in the dating market, but he wasn't out there. For example, again, women would say men are dogs. My response is, well, then you need to decide which one you take home with you at the end of the night. You had the puppy dog, you had the guard dog, you had the tricky dog, you had the big dog, you had the pretty dog, and you had the mutt. The lap dog was the embarrassment. This is the guy who would always be there when his girlfriend says, I need you to do something. I need you to go somewhere. Or, hey, I'm short on money. I got you, baby. This guy was what you call ashamed to the game. You had the security dog. This was the guy who would always follow his girl everywhere she went. She couldn't go to the bathroom. She couldn't pick up her phone. She couldn't even walk out of the house. Where you finna go? He always had to have that and figure out what's going on with him. All right. Then you had the pretty dog. This was the dude who stayed in the mirror so much the girl tried to figure out who's prettier, you or me. They're trying to fight for who gets to use the conditioner and everything next. All right. Then you had the tricky dog. This was that guy that you couldn't really trust. You didn't know what was really going on with him because his thing was, who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? All right. He operated off of smoke and mirrors. Then you had the big dog. Now, this is that guy that all the girls were chasing. This is the dude who had a woman at home but he still had chicks out on the street. But because he supposedly laid it down when he got to the house, she excused him. As long as he brings it back to me. Now go ahead, bro.
Oh, I'm so sorry to cut you off, John. The thing is that the little bit of a difference, like I get what you're saying, that there was different types of archetypes of men at that time being categorized as dogs, different types of dogs, right? The little bit of a difference is the narrative that's spun. We're not being compared to bears, we're being differentiated from bears. And the narrative is that it's safer to be in a lost in the forest with a bear versus a man in the forest. That's what the statement is. That's what the narrative is, right? And I'm only listen, I don't really care about that. I don't let it like affect me when I approach women. You know, I have no problem with that. But I think that it's one of the things that it's a narrative that kind of affects the movements of men and how men currently are maneuvering the dating market. I always tell people I think men should approach regardless. Don't let society stop you from being a man. But we have to also take into consideration the narratives that are spewed against men in this current society, right?
I think
Well,
though,
let's-
I think
Go
I
ahead,
just want to
August.
jump in real quick. I think that narrative, like the bear, the man and the bear narrative, is a testament it is a testament to what Uncle Rick was saying a little earlier. We all know for a fact that for all the women that said, I would rather be in the forest with a bear than a random man. If a bear was to walk into the room that they were sitting in that moment, they all would be in one corner of the room trying to get away from that bear.
Facts.
So we already know what the reality is. So this is just a talking point. You get what I'm saying? This is the online stuff that we're talking about.
Why
And then
were
if you
the
bring it,
August? Why were the fathers picking the bear too?
the fathers. I mean, it's just an online. I don't know. I didn't hear the fathers talk. I never heard no fathers
Yeah,
picking the bear.
the fathers were picking a bear. One of the fathers said, "Well, the bear might leave you alone."
If a man, it's the talk. If a random man walks into a room, they're not gonna bat an eye. But if a bear walks into a room, they're gonna all go into one corner of the room. So that's the reality of it.
And Hamps, you can't remedy stupid. Some people just stupid.
That's a dumb talking point to begin with. I mean, a girl who's saying that obviously does not have the true context of what a bear is and what it can do. So again, that's just a dumb talking point. And there used to be a saying that if you want to follow or find out what stupid is like, marry a stupid person. And if you've married a stupid person, haven't seen one, follow a stupid person home and see if somebody stupid doesn't answer the door. That's what that bear narrative is.
Do you trust random men around your daughters? Would you entrust your daughter to a random man?
In what capacity?
In the woods.
Between him and that and the bear, yeah.
In a dark alley.
Between that and the bear?
Are we choosing between that and the bear?
No.
So again, context matters, right?
Yeah, in a dark alley, in the woods.
If it was between a man and a bear, yeah, I'll take the man. But in a dark alley,
are you entrusting your daughter to just men that you don't know nothing about, or are you skeptical of men's behavior?
Yeah, I will be skeptical. No. I will be
skeptical of men's behavior when it comes to my daughter.
That's what I'm saying. I will be skeptical regardless, right? But again, like I said, if I had a choice,
why?
Because the bear the bear is guaranteed.
Not the bear, men's behavior. Why? I'm asking.
Because she's a female along with a male that she doesn't know.
I'm just wondering, and I'm not even talking about the bear. I'm just talking about how we actually operate in the earth.
I would say, Hamp, that question is a valid question, right? Especially if you are a man who has daughters, right? I think you should.
You see what I'm asking? Can't nobody come to the house and pick up my daughter without coming in the house and meeting me, or pick her up at all in this earth right now.
Okay, but where does that end though? Okay, so you're skeptical of stranger men around your daughters, which is in the world that we're living in today, it's reasonable, right? But would you also say, if your daughter needed help, would you want a random man, a stranger man, to help her? Would you assume that a stranger random man would?
Would I assume he would? No. just based
Would
on
you
what I
want him
hear.
to?
Yeah, those two different questions though, right? So the reason why I assume he wouldn't is because of oftentimes what I hear on the panels as an answer, men are not going out their way to help random women because they say it's dangerous. When I said I helped a woman carry her water from Costco, Mr. Fantastic said, "Niggas, you crazy?"
I help ladies with their bags all the time, though.
No, I know. I'm just talking about what I hear from the men, right? Men don't give up their seats for women anymore on buses and shit like that. You know, men don't
I
protect
haven't rode a
random.
bus. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
But I'm saying, do men? Are we telling men to protect random women, or they have to earn it?
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I want to let you know.
Uncle Rick, I need an answer.
No, I got you. Right.
Not just from you. Mr. Williams looking like a goddamn. He got his eyes wide open. He just looking at me. I love you too, but I need an answer.
So
can you repeat the question one more time?
You protect.
Fantastic, man. I mean, Dark Lake. See, I know that tactic. Remember at school, they'd be like, "What's 6 + 5?" They'd be like, 6 + 5. Nigga, you need more time to get.
I gotta concede what you're saying, Hemp. That's a fact, right? But that's more of a problem with us as men not having an understanding of how we should interact. You know what I'm saying with ladies. Then, if that's the case,
no, it's kind
Should
of
I,
easy.
should I try to help the woman because their fathers are teaching them that they should be skeptical of me because I'm a random man and I'm toxic masculinity, right? So what's the reward for me even being that chivalrous, generous man to help a random woman, right? I'm not saying that men shouldn't. I'm just saying
I understand you breaking it down.
I just want to know is there
is the cause for concern from
no, but what I'm using my perception, right? So I believe in chivalry. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how I would want somebody. If my wife is not with me or my daughters, and she got some bags, I would want a gentleman, a man to help her with her bags or her salt or whatever, right? I pass that on to my sons and the kids around me, right? The men around me. But that still doesn't remove the thought that I have that I wouldn't leave my wife or my daughters with a man that they don't know. You see what I'm saying? So what's the issue with that? What's the middle ground? So that
No middle ground, Rick.
But that's what I'm saying though. So that means us as men, right? We don't have an honor code amongst ourselves of how we should deal with each other and our families.
I think there's something that's missing here. This is a different breed of woman. This ain't the same breed of woman that you came up with. So their motives are different. You can't just go out here and because these women, we live in the age of social media, and these women love attention. They're addicted to it. So you'll be helping her with her water, and she'll turn it into this whole thing just to get it on TikTok. You know what I mean? Just to go viral. So you different with a different breed of woman now. So you gotta adjust to whatever it is that's going on. Motherfuckers is getting me too'd and all kinds of
Where do
stuff.
y'all live at, man? Where do you live at? What?
America.
You helping a woman with water? She gonna record?
Bro, you don't see it. I'm trying to tell you, you don't see it.
But we don't need to.
It's out here.
We don't need to oversue the point, right? We need to hear the point, which is why my understanding is what it is, right? The women are assumed to be awful, therefore there is no help, right? The men are almost looking at them like men because of how they moving. So why would I trust you around it, right? I understand a bear, right? I mean that's far-fetched. I
That's
get
ridiculous.
it. But see, the assumption about that man in the woods is he has bad intention, right? And so if we say women aren't worth protecting, women look how they moving, look how we look at them. So then how do you protect your daughters?
Well, the thing about it is you got to protect yourself first. You can't just go out on a limb just to protect women. You have to be able to. They have to protect you as well.
I agree because women
You know what
ain't
I mean?
right. We look at them differently, right? So you come before them, right? We don't even look at them as like weaker vessel. Like you, I have, and I just want us to think about it, right? It's hyperbole with the bear, but even when we take the bear out of it, look what we saying as a collective.
Well, I mean, you're forced to adjust. You're forced to adjust. You can't continue to move and operate in the same way. That's insanity. Like if you operate in the same way and you're getting bad results, you're gonna have to adjust to the market.
Right, but the same way is what? the majority or a minority?
The same way would be chivalry. That's what I mean. Like if you're a chivalrous person and you out here doing it, I'm not talking about, you know, chastising a woman for whatever. I'm saying that you have to protect yourself from
No,
being
right.
being looked
August,
at as aid or
we
something
not
like that.
either, right? What Hemp is talking about is establishing a baseline of understanding of protection, right? Protection and courtesy, right? How many times would this is me putting a what if, and I hate doing what ifs, but how many times could a woman put you on Instagram because you helping her with her bags to her car?
I don't know.
That's rare. That would be rare. Like, that would
No. I understand that. But listen to what I'm saying, right? What I'm saying is that, let's say the one chick did it, right? Do you think that's the majority of women? If you saw a lady at Walmart and she having troubles with her bags, and you said, "Ma'am, is it okay? Can I help you with your bags?" that she would put you on Instagram?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that at this juncture of where we at, you're trying to mitigate risk. So it's not a guaranteed thing, but in the mind of most people, and it could just be a social media thing at the end of the day. It could just be a social media thing.
It's actually a social media. Look,
I believe
this is
you,
the whole
but I'm
thing.
saying
If
that.
you see a woman that need help, you help her. And then if she tells you she doesn't need it, she's good. Guess what you do? You keep it moving. You don't just not acknowledge the fact that she's in trouble.
Nah, I get you, but you see a lot of stuff happening, and I do understand. You see a lot of stuff happening.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Hold on. Let me finish the point.
He coming back. Go ahead.
No, I was saying that what I was saying is that it could be a social media thing, but the young men today are trying to mitigate risk. There's a lot of, SA, assaults, coming out, all this type of stuff.
You gotta let him finish his thought.
Let me finish the point. Okay, this is what I'm saying in the mind of the youngsters that are anybody that's looking at it like that. They have to mitigate the risk. You can't, even though there's a desire. I'm saying I don't think that men lack the desire to want to be, chivalrous to women. But that second mind come in when they start looking on the media and seeing how things is happening to all these men that was doing that. So in their mind, it's like, all right, we got to pull back a little bit until they get their shit together, and then we can come back in and start being them chivalrous type of men. But right now, I'm seeing men getting, accused of essay and losing out on scholarships and all this other craziness, and, Me Too and all this stuff. Man, I'm about to just go ahead, let y'all have it. I'm gonna pull back for a little bit and stand a distance away to protect myself. It's not the to chastise a woman, for what we think. It's to protect yourself. You got to put your seatbelt on first before you can put their seatbelt on. You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead, Mr. Williams. You want to respond, and then John
I mean, to me, you just operate.
I got you. See.
To me, you just operating out of fear, though. Regardless if you see someone that needs help, you try to help them. She's a woman, so 9 times out of 10, we know you might be stronger than her and all of that, but you still offer assistance. I mean, that's just common knowledge. As being a man, don't use an excuse not to even. So you mean to tell me you see the lady just fall on her face, or somebody trying to steal a purse, you ain't gonna do nothing? Doing something's better than nothing. And like you said, they got a phone, right? So you can record yourself trying to help this woman, so that way you have proof. You said cover your ass, right?
Too much work.
So how is it too much work? Because she got to work.
I'm doing you a favor, and I gotta record me doing you a favor to do you a favor. That sounds ridiculous. I'm not doing it.
Well,
and that's the disconnect right there with the old heads and the youngsters, because you don't understand the different type of women they dealing with.
And you just shooting it down. See, I'm trying to give you.
That don't work. I'm telling you I hear your solution, but that don't work. I'm not gonna sit here and go through the extra effort of recording myself to help somebody else. That's ridiculous. And she should be grateful that I'm helping her. You know what I'm saying? That the gratitude ain't there. It's important to have some gratitude too. It has to be reciprocated.
Facts.
Now the one thing
and y'all expect me to send her in the woods with these niggas?
Keep her at home then. Keep her home.
Like, this is the
wait a minute. wait, DJ Ham.
This is the problem.
Wait, no,
This is a
DJ
problem.
Ham.
This is an overarching issue.
We can't have reciprocation. That's crazy.
Fear is a mind killer. I ain't never done nothing looking for a nigga to pat me on the back. Not never. That shit don't matter to me. Okay, does it make you feel good? Yeah, but I'm gonna do it regardless. I ain't never heard this shit before, man. Go ahead, John.
The thing here is that you're standing between August and Playboy right here. Playboy, I'm with you. Whereas the thing initially, again, the breed of women. Remember where we came from. Now, even though it was shined on before, it's the thing of men were respected, women were virtuous, and children spoke when they were spoken to. All right, that's our generation. All right, so for us, it was nothing to go out and you see the lady Miss Mary from church.
Come on, John. Come on. 30 seconds or less, John.
Okay. All right, so basically, you're talking about Miss Mary needing assistance. We do that. In the mid 90s or late early 2000s, you had the phone lines where you could give a girl would give a guy's number and clown him if she didn't like him. She wouldn't tell him, she'd give him a joke number. So transferring from that, what August is saying now is that if you go out and attempt to help a girl, she can make you content right off the bat, whether or not she thinks you're cute or whatever reason. The thing is that if she doesn't find anything about you she finds attractive or wants to deal with, you become the joke. You end up being that guy. It's the girl who goes to the gym, sets her camera up, and intentionally starts something with the guy who may not be looking at her. But then again, he ends up being a gym creep, either because she accuses him of looking at her when she stood right in his line of vision. So that's what August is referring to. So both.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That was a better example.
Generation.
But John, you around my age and you talking, John. Come on now.
Playboy don't see it though. You don't see it. It's out there.
Help on my ass, bro. Do y'all not remember elementary school when it was just a boy, a girl? You like the girl, you like the boy.
We don't remember.
Y'all making this shit so complicated. No, y'all using this as
it ain't like that no more, man.
Look,
you know what's crazy?
Y'all watch too much YouTube for real, man.
Let's get dark.
Social media.
We're gonna get Dark Lake in, but yo, I don't even be on that side of the gym. The side of the gym I'm on is with the fucking weights. The steel. Y'all niggas over there on the goddamn elliptical. That's y'all problem. Using machines and shit like that.
Do the work. And John, I'm disappointed in you, man. You know what? You really
I'm disappointed because he has Wi-Fi.
But let J Hub get in. Let J Hub get in. What's up, Jay? I mean, not Jay. I'm looking at Jay. Man, let Dark Lake get in. My bad.
Oh, okay. So listen,
it was his turn.
I wanted to mention something you was talking about in reference to August the Great's point, right? When he was saying, "I can't get a man can't get gratitude for helping a woman out for being chivalrous." And listen, hey, DJ Hamp, I'm gonna ask you a question, but in no way, form, or fashion do I mean any disrespect to this.
I'm gonna answer regardless. Yeah.
Okay, because I don't have kids. You have kids, right? So
fuck
you wouldn't teach your daughters to show gratitude to a man who just helped her.
Yeah.
Because the reason why I asked you this is because
yes, I would.
Wait.
Well, so yes, I would is the answer. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The reason why I asked you is because you had like a vehement antagonistic reaction to August's example or desire to want to experience that gratitude after he did. And when we say gratitude, we just mean like hospitality. You know what I'm saying? Like not feeling the threat of, oh, can I help you with you need help with them groceries? Oh, look at this nigga trying to fuck, you know, like, all that type of shit. You feel what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is like, I guess what I'm asking you is to like, if you could illustrate to me why you were so offended by.
I'm not offended. Right? We more. That's my man's 100 grand. So we more so having fun. But generally it doesn't happen, and I know it because I do it. Right? If you, yo, mommy, can I help you with your bags? I mean, if you trying to be chivalrous, be that. The water's heavy. She know it, and you know it. Right? You approach in eye view so they can see you. Hey, let me help you. Or, hey, you get the door, I'll get this water. Like, it's not that deep. That's all I'm saying. Simply put. You know what I'm saying? But I don't need nobody to say thank you for me to do what's right.
But if it's implied, you don't deserve a thank you. That's the problem.
Imply from who? Well, hold on.
The
Hey,
men.
hold. Well, watch this. Imply from a weaker. See, I think this is the problem, right? My stance is largely biblical. Women are the weaker vessel. Women don't tell me what to do or control me. I love them. I appreciate them. They have value. However, what I do isn't predicated on what they say or what they respond with.
It's not predicated, but you are the stronger vessel, so you should be able to dictate it.
Exactly. So if she don't say thank you, it don't mean the next lady don't get chivalry from me.
Right.
No, but it's
So gratitude is not, you can't dictate gratitude anyway. That's either given or it's not. That's on that gratitude. It directly comes from the person who's receiving. So you can't dictate gratitude. But I think like this example that you guys are using. I'm sorry. Hello, everybody. I've been sitting on here so long. I forgot I didn't speak.
I think Love C was raised by wolves. Go ahead, Love C.
Maybe. So this is a perfect example. The man in the bear is a perfect example of the actual true meaning of go outside. It doesn't mean just walk out of your front door and touch the ground. It means like live in the reality of people. Like what Rick was just talking, Uncle Rick was just saying, you got to get to know each other. But I think first you got to get to know yourself. People go out and you might go and pick up food or go and do things, but you're not really going out. You don't know yourself. So you go out with a mask. You go out with this defense mechanism. You go out with a head full of talking points. You go out with all of these what about and what if situations. And then you go around people and you may interact with people, but you never build a rapport with people. You never let your defenses down. You never get to know anybody because you're never going to feel more comfortable to know another person if you don't know yourself. So go outside is more than just leave out of your front door. It's being willing to be transparent with someone else. It's being willing to say, if she doesn't say thank you, I'm going to still help because that's who I am. And I think that's the biggest gap that we have between us now that needs to be bridged. Everybody is reactionary. So if I don't get what I want, then if she can do it, then I can do it. And if he can do it, then I'll do it. And everybody is vacillating up and down and back and forth based on what the other person does. Nobody holds frame. Men don't set standards and hold frame. They don't keep those standards for themselves. Women don't have standards and hold frame and say, it doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter what he does. I'm going to remain a woman. Men don't say it doesn't matter what she does, I'm going to remain a man. They say if you treat me this way, then I'm going to match your energy. If you treat me that way, you don't say thank you to me, then I'm going to get mad and I'll never help anybody again. And so now we've got a whole bunch of people that are out of order and they want the order that they're not willing to even hold on themselves. You want a disciplined woman, you want a respectful woman, but you're not willing to say, hey, I'm going to be respectful no matter what. Nobody's willing to do that. And that it pushes us farther and farther apart. So at some point, people have to stop and say, I'm going to be who I'm supposed to be, whether you do what you're supposed to do or not. I'm going to remain a woman, whether you treat me that way or not. I can always move away from you and go somewhere else where people appreciate what a woman is, but I'm never going to stop being a woman just because you don't know how to treat me as you should. And that has to be the same for men, women, young, old, and that's the only way things get resolved. That's the only gap that needs to be bridged, is for everybody to be who it is they're supposed to be and stop expecting the other people to bend and capitulate and fold so that you can be comfortable. Be uncomfortable, but be who it is that you're supposed to be.
Love, see, I appreciate what you said here. And I want you to know that I picked up everything she said, regardless of how she put it out there. But Playboy and August, again, two things can be right at the same time. Playboy, I acknowledge.
What she say? What she say?
Basically, what she's saying, what Love said, what I took out of that is she said that people have got to be willing to give ground. This is the synopsis. People have got to be willing to give ground. I can't hold my frame without change. She can't hold her frame without change. We both have to be willing to give up a little bit in order to meet in the middle. And that's basically the problem. People not willing to move off of their position because I believe I'm right. I'm not going to move. I'm not going to listen to what you have to say. I'm not giving ground until what I want is given to me first. Correct me if I'm wrong, Love. See, I add context by missing that.
So I'm actually not saying to compromise at all. I'm saying to be exactly who it is that you're supposed to be. So I'm saying that I'm not meeting you in the middle. So if you give me, anything other than what my standard is as a woman, I'm not gonna argue back with you. I'm not gonna match energy. I'm not gonna get out of frame. I'm gonna remain exactly where I am. Because me doing that, it doesn't get so what's happened now,
I
let's use the help
misunderstood you.
example. Yeah, let's use the help example. So let's just say that I want someone to help me, right? And you I'm gonna use you Dark Lake because you're my guy. You walk past me and you
Hey, if
decide
you want me to walk past
I'm
you
not
for
gonna
real, just let me know. Go ahead.
I'm gonna walk
Go ahead,
past you, I'm not gonna help you, right? So
Mhm.
I'm not gonna then turn and be like, see, all of y'all ain't this. Look at him. You see me struggling. Nope. I'm gonna stay right where it is that I'm supposed to be. Because when I start acting like that and Rick walks past, Uncle Rick gonna look and be like, look at her, man. Look, all out of frame, being something other than a woman. But you stay a woman and you walk past me, that's because you're not where you're supposed to be. But every other man who he's supposed to be is going to come to my aid and my assist. Because as long as I stay a woman, as long as I stay the weaker vessel, I need strength. So you may not have the strength to meet my weakness, but everybody who has strength is coming to my aid as long as I stay
Yeah.
where I need to be. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Stay put.
The match of her energy will walk by, right? You don't match it, but she's not going to match your what would deem to be a weaker energy because you didn't help. A man that has similar energy to her will see her struggle in the water and help. So all she has to do is stay exactly where she at with her morals and principles.
My apologies.
I'm seeing
So,
some unintentional relation here. Go ahead, Rick.
so Love C, what you're saying is that if you're a woman and your standards and you're a lady and those remain static, it'll make it real easy for you to decide which men are for you and which ones aren't, wouldn't it? And if you're a man,
Absolutely.
right?
Other way around.
No, listen, I got you, right? But also as a man, right? It's both ways, Hamp, to be honest with you, right? Because if you're a man and these are the standards you have, and this is how you perform as a man, no one can knock you off of that, right? So let's say you're bringing a level of protection, provision, just stuff everybody say, you being a man. If you're doing that and a woman doesn't respond correctly, it's easy to choose her, wouldn't you say? Or brush her off, right, and dismiss her.
Yeah. I'm just erring on the side that we choose the women.
Yeah. I got
you know what I'm saying? I think one thing that I'm making a point of doing overall is pushing back at men operating from a deficit. I hate that shit.
I got you. But to make my point, I think again, when a lady is a lady, right, it also makes it easy for her to filter out the dudes that's not for her. Because if she's presenting a certain way and she's a feminine, y'all, like I said this before and I'll say it again. All of us know a lady when she walks in the room by the way she presents herself, right? The way she dresses, the way she addresses people, right? If a lady remains static in what like her frame, if a man is not presenting what he needs to present to her to get to her the correct way, she's going to dismiss him.
Crimson Cure, she a good example of that.
Yeah,
right?
He'll expose himself.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
So I totally agree with what she's saying. Right. And this what I'm trying to push off to us as men. Right. It's not about the gratitude of a woman saying thank you, whatever. I do it because it's what I would want somebody to do for my wife or my family. If the shoe was on the other foot. Right. If we're going to talk about being a people, being one, I'm not going to even say community or being people, being one. Somebody has to start to set the example.
Rick,
somebody.
Rick, can I ask you a question? You said that we can all tell when a lady walks in a room, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're right about that. But what's the motivation for that lady to be a lady? If every woman, no matter how their attitude is, no matter what their demeanor is like, no matter if they're a lady or not, gets the same benefit from men being chivalrous to every woman because we men are just supposed to stay consistent and just help whether or not the woman deserves it or not. What is the motivation for a female or whatever to be a lady if we're giving them all the same prize?
Chivalry is the lowest level of what you can get from a man, though. That's like basic. Getting chivalry from a man is like, I don't know. That's like children saying thank you when you give them food. If you think that's the best you can get out of a man, you're missing out. That's a please and thank you. So you're saying what's the benefit for them doing that? No, what I'm saying is he's saying what's the benefit for a woman to be a woman if everybody gets chivalry? Like chivalry's the base level. So there's so many more heights to what you get from a man.
See, let me help with this too. Here's what you got to understand. What did Uncle Rick say? Somebody got to set the baseline and the standard, right? So if men were chivalrous, right, and women slowly but surely started responding correctly to it, what happens to the standard and the baseline, right? The fact that we allow women to dictate what the baseline is because they don't respond in kind or respond how they should, what happens to the baselines overall? They turn to shit and piss. So if we all were chivalrous, when that woman who responds with the try to put you on World Star for the wrong reasons, she'll become an outlier, right? But the truth is, we're not chivalrous enough to even see how women are actually responding.
And I just want to say that what happens when you go back and forth between like a woman is this way, so I'm gonna act this way. A man is this way. When you go back and forth like that, it makes you be outside of your nature, right? You're unpredictable, you're erratic, you don't know what to expect. But this is why, and it's a harsh reality, but it's true, because you hear men saying that now, well, what's the point of me doing this? And these are just, if they're just the baseline, they're just the standard. What's the point of me operating this way? What's the point of me doing this? What's the point of me doing that? When you start to have all those questions, what happens is now you can no longer see masculinity for what it is. You can no longer see men can't agree on that themselves, right? So if you can't agree on what's the nature, that's why you say things like, hey, put her in the forest with a bear. You know why? Because he's in his habitat, and no matter what happens with the bear, he's going to follow nature. The bear's not going to look up and say, today I'm going to get a gyro cheeseburger. He's going to eat what's in the forest regardless of what happens. When you look at what men are doing, and I'm saying as a whole, not specific to anyone, you could say, hey, if depending on how she says something to him, he might punch her in her face. Depending on how she does this, he might put her in the trunk of her car. He might be chivalrous, but we never know because the baseline isn't the baseline anymore. There's not a standard. So whenever you want to look for safety, you look for what follows nature. And that's why I'm saying stay put. If a man follows the nature of a man and a woman follows the nature of a man, there's always safety in that. Even if a man goes out and he's being chivalrous and a woman gets outside of her character, other women will look and be like, you don't have to do that. You shouldn't have to do that. But we'll take one small hypothetical and we'll use that to be the reason why we don't stay and do the thing that we should do. Well, what if she put you on World Star? Man, would you rather be on World Star for beating up somebody or for helping somebody carry water?
This is the thing, and I think Crimson Kira said it a little earlier because I've been watching this stream pretty much from the beginning. She said that men stayed the same and women changed, and so we have a different breed of women who are independent. They tout independence. That's the message that they've said to us loud and clear. We are independent. We don't need you for shit. That's what they say. So it would be foolish of a man to continue, because what it does is it breeds this idea of like you're supposed to be doing this, not your chivalry is a gift to me, because that's what chivalry is. It is a gift. It's a gift that men want to give, but it's a gift nonetheless. When you get into a space where women are saying that your chivalry is mandatory, so you don't deserve any reciprocation, and men don't really do it for the reciprocation, but the reciprocation, there shouldn't be a level of you're supposed to be doing this, because when what would you say, John, earlier back in your day, Miss Mabel or whatever her name was, when you carry her water up, she would appreciate that. She probably tried to get a little bit of money or something. You know what I'm saying? So that if the balance was there, There has to be a balance there where if I'm giving, then you also have to give. You don't have to give nothing crazy. I'll do the heavy lifting. Thank you. It's cool with me. You know what I'm saying? I don't, you know what I mean? It is what it is. But it transformed from what Miss Mabel used to do to this idea like you supposed to be doing this, and I ain't thanking you. Like, you know, you my slave, do what I say type of ideology in our women. They have transformed. They loud and clear. We independent. We don't need y'all niggas for shit. You know what I'm saying? That's
men
the
changed
market.
for August?
They've
I know
adjusted.
what I know
They've
what Crimson.
adjusted.
I know what Crimson said. Have men changed?
They've adapted.
Let me ask you a question.
They've been forced to.
Let me ask you a question. Have men changed?
They adapted. Yeah.
Is adaptation change?
Yes, it is. Adaptation is very much changed. Yes.
So you disagree with Miss Crimson Cure?
She said that men haven't changed much. She said that women used to. She said that the woman she was as a married woman used to be the goal, and it no longer is the goal now. Go ahead.
Let me just say this real quick. You know I love you, right?
100%, bro.
Let's make sure we got that baseline, right?
100.
Here's the setup.
So, well, no, what I'm saying is, right? August says she said they didn't change, right? Then, in order to keep beating me up, he said they didn't change much.
You know what I'm trying to say? I'm
right?
paraphrasing now, man. I don't remember exactly what she said, but you know I'm paraphrasing. You get the idea.
August, I'm not
split the hair.
August, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about you. You know what I mean?
Right.
Dark Lake. You see how he had to add that word in to keep it going, right?
Right. No, honestly, I thought you missed that because I'm on August side.
So you know, I'm just listening, man. I'm just listening.
Go ahead. You got it. Go ahead, man.
And then hold on, John. Before you start windmilling, I mean talking. None of the older heads, August, say that we, and I think I'll put myself in that to an extent, are as manly as them. They don't never say that. They say we soft and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
For sure.
So there's no way John is going to say anything that coincides with what you just said unless he's going to change his arguments. And I got the film queued up. Go ahead, John.
Put John in a bad spot.
Yeah.
No,
because they never say we measure up to the men of yesteryear. Whether or not we agree or not, they say we aren't the same. What's the phrase? Hard times create, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Soft men
right?
create hard times.
Yeah, I've heard that saying.
I understood what Crimson was saying, but men don't agree with the statement, generally speaking.
Have y'all parents ever did something for you and you didn't thank them?
Hold on, Uncle Rick, don't save John Henry.
Oh, my bad.
I'm trying to see what type of trouble I'm in, Ham.
I'm just mostly talking shit. I'm tired. I really want to go to sleep, but I like y'all so. But you gotta listen though, right? Like we really gotta listen to what we saying.
No,
go ahead.
No doubt.
You were trying to get in before though. That's why I wanted just before Uncle Rick go.
I know you're up here clowning and shit. So let me go ahead and push back on that. But
I'm telling
the thing
truth.
I was trying to make. Oh, no one's saying that you didn't tell a lie. You
Go
didn't
ahead.
say that. So the thing I was going to say earlier is that the same woman who is expecting a man in chivalry at the same time will be the same woman who will sign a man up quicker for a fight than anything if she thinks that someone is not being chivalrous to her. And that was Shahrazad Ali who made that statement. So going back to that, as I was saying before, Playboy, when you said that John, how dare I, or whatever, all I was saying is that I said what you and I agree on. We do it because that's what's expected of us as men, the courtesy. We should not have to be asked. If we see someone in need, we took care of it. That's what I'm saying. I gave homage to what you said because I'm from your generation. But I'm saying that from observation, from looking at where August is, when I made the statement that I did about women setting guys up, that is their generation that they have to deal with. You and I come from a different time because we had that different type of woman that we dealt with. You heard the statement that Kevin Samuels used to make that there are some women who want a traditional man, but they're not traditional women. That is all that August is saying. You and I had traditional women because, again, men were respected, women were virtuous, children did not speak until spoken to because that was what the baseline was for us. What August is simply saying is that does not exist in his generation. And Hamp and I have had conversations about this in the background about generations and how you can tell who comes from what generation just by watching them on the panel. And we've demonstrated that tonight without a doubt. So that's all I was saying.
Hey, Love C, and thank you, John Henry. That was actually concise and pretty good. But I wanted to ask Love C a question because she said, well, you know, the baseline is just, I mean, a man's chivalry that he can provide is just the baseline. You know what I mean? Would you also say that saying thank you and maybe showing appreciation is also baseline?
Sure.
Okay, so that's what this whole like conversation has been about. So my question to you, Love C, is why do you think men care more about the baseline?
So the initial statement that you made is, what's the incentive for women to be women if all women, regardless of how they behave, receive chivalry from men?
Mm-hmm.
So the point that I was making is that when you look at, as a woman, the things that you can get from a man, what a man brings to your life, what he brings to you, I'm saying that if you were to ask me where does chivalry rank on that list, I'm saying that that's just scratching the surface of what a man brings to the table. So it's not like I'll withhold chivalry from you and then you'll see. I'm saying that the heights of what men bring to the table are so much more than that. So when you make that the hill that you die on, that I won't be chivalrous, you're not doing a disservice to women. You're just saying, hey, my baseline is becoming even lower. I'm not saying that it doesn't require gratitude. I think that gratitude is one of the most important things as a woman. So I wasn't saying it to discount what chivalry is. I was saying it more so to say that if that's what her motivation is, then she doesn't understand the benefit of a man. That was my point. Not to discount what it was that was being done.
Oh, thank you for clearing that up.
Point.
Thanks.
August,
But what I was really trying to get y'all to really understand is the fact that just us growing up as kids, just being men in general, man, these women that y'all keep talking about, yeah, y'all see a lot of that shit on the internet. But when you go outside in real life, these women are not just going out of their way just to disrespect the man. I'm sorry, you can't get me to believe it. Even in my neighborhood, man, I help every woman. I don't give a damn. And I make the other men, if they got groceries or whatever, guess what? We gon' pack them groceries. We gonna do that. But y'all using that for a tactic and you using an excuse not to help a woman. I don't understand that. YouTube talking points, Facebook, all of that shit. If that's gonna run your life with, oh, I don't need to help a woman, man, that's the bridge line of just being respectful and being courteous. What you even if you got kids, you're gonna teach your kids to be courteous, right?
I have a question for you, William.
Go ahead.
Like you remember the Rodney King riots and stuff like that, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so coming from like your time, right? Like you experience anxiety from being pulled over by the cops, right?
No.
Before in your life.
I haven't when I was young.
Okay. All right. Now today.
Not when I started driving, but when in my neighborhood.
Wait 1 second. Now today, with the advent of smartphones and where you can record everything, right? Would you say that you feel a little less anxious or less scared or less pressure when you get pulled over by a cop today?
It doesn't bother me. I don't even grab my phone or anything, man. I just follow the law. If they pull me over, I'm just gonna comply.
But do you think that being able to have your own mobile device where you can record situations happening helped the drama between driving while black from the past times to current times?
I mean, I see the benefits with other people in other areas and stuff, but man, I don't concern myself with that. Like the shit that I should be recording, if you really want to know, is how our behavior is out here in this world.
Okay, but wait a minute.
Guess what? I can show you some shit.
William, the point I'll just get to the point. The point that I'm making is, and I think you're kind of alluding to it a little bit, is that you know that there are different things that are that come into certain generations that change your perspective of things. Like the example that I'm using to you is being black while driving, right, and getting pulled over, right? It used to be a time where there's no way for you to record anything, and it caused a lot of anxiety for black people, especially
Right.
black men. Now, I think you think it's fair for me to make an assertion that that anxiety has decreased as the times have gone on because with the advent of technology, right?
I guess so. I mean, you
Okay. So what I'm
you
telling you
saying
is,
your
oh no,
generation.
William. What
I'm
I'm
just
telling
telling you
you
what
is,
I see outside.
William, what I'm telling you is,
Well,
you
hold
can
on. Lex,
easily,
we need to go ahead and land the plane, man.
you can easily, right, juxtaposition the example that I'm using about driving while black. Why can't you also do it when it comes to men dating today? When
What I'm
the
saying is a
wait, when the
benefit can
same
also be
when
a
technology
hindrance,
is the
all right?
same catalyst, when technology is the same catalyst.
But you do realize that a benefit can also hinder you, right? Because even now, y'all just said y'all wouldn't help a lady
We didn't
because
say that.
of a phone.
We didn't say that.
That's not what I'm saying. Y'all, I think y'all come from that happy wife, happy life generation. You know what I'm saying? And I think that did us a disservice too.
No,
Like
no,
the
I
happy
don't.
wife,
No,
happy life stuff.
yeah,
That's
I
what y'all
don't.
sound. So that's what William sound like, man. Happy
No,
life,
that's.
be
Oh,
old school. We got to help everybody, man. No.
no, I'm not. I'm not saying
Serious.
help everybody. I'm saying set a standard that you would expect for your own. Are you married, August?
Hey.
Right. You got a wife, right? Shout out to you,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I've been
So
married 15 years.
congratulations, bro. For
And I
real.
don't do the happy life, happy
Right.
wife thing.
That's not even my point, right? So again, congratulations, right? It's happy spouse, happy house. We both in here, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So but to go back to the point, right? You would want someone to help your wife with the groceries if you wasn't there and it was too heavy for her to carry. Is that fair?
No. I don't
You
want
wouldn't?
nobody coming to my wife. Yeah, I don't want no man coming to my wife.
You wouldn't? You wouldn't want her to? You wouldn't want?
I'm always be there, and I got sons, so we handle that. But I don't want nobody. I make provisions for nobody coming to my
Okay,
wife.
I hear you. I hear you. But no man can plan for everything, right?
Right, you're right. Yeah,
right.
I get
right.
it.
So let's be realistic. I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. And I'm not going to disregard what you're saying. As a man, you handle your business. That's your family. I hear what you're saying. Right.
Yeah.
But let's say in the rare case event that you weren't there, and something arose that your wife required assistance, and you couldn't get there in time, right? Because I hear you. Because if I'm 5 minutes away, that's 3, right? F the popo. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
But in the rare case that it did happen, would you want someone to assist your wife?
I would. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I get that.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I do it, right? Because
Uncle Rick or myself, August, you want one of us to assist to be around?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Right.
Okay, that's what Rick is getting at.
Right. And listen to what I'm saying, young guy, because I hear what you're saying, right? I want to let you know I hear what you're saying, and I'm not disregarding it. But what I'm saying is we have to get to a point as men, right, where we have an understanding of how we're going to treat our women and our families. Right. That's the reason, like, there's many reasons why our people are separated, right? Again, I say they call it a program, they call it a project because it runs on its own, right? But us as men, right, we have to get on a baseline of, hey, at a minimum, this is what we expect out of each other, right? Because we know the police don't protect you, right? We know nobody's come. So if we can't count on our own brothers to have a certain level of decorum, right, then where are we as a people? It's over with, right? So if we keep talking about these things that we want to change, we can start by doing these little things. And I'm not saying every woman is going to tell you thank you and shake your hand and walk away looking switchy. I'm not saying that, right? What I'm saying is that as men, we have to set a baseline of honor amongst each other.
So can I just push back on that a little bit? I think that we both want the same goal, where we want what's best for our community overall. And I think that we have 2 different outlooks on how to get there. I don't think that it's in our best interest to continue to feed an expectation that doesn't generate gratitude. And the reason why I say that is not because of the gratitude, but because it's not going to correct the behavior that we wanted to correct. Sometimes they have to miss something for them to realize that it was valuable. So when chivalry starts to pull back and they start looking and like, man, these niggas is not holding the door no more. What is going on? It institutes the thought in their mind that there needs to be a change in your behavior for me to give you what you're asking for. So that's the idea that I'm coming from, because I'm constantly operating in the same hard-headed manner where you're being chivalrous and it's not, there's no reciprocation, just a little thank you.
How do you
Hold on
decide
a
who
second.
you open the door for?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me finish my point. If it won't institute the change in the behavior that we're asking for. I don't think that constantly pushing that narrative is what's going to do it. I think that there's a certain level of discernment you have to have. So if you have an old ass lady, she old school, so she come from the age where chivalry was a thing. She's gonna say thank you. She's not gonna try and record you. But these young chicks, it's a whole different breed of chick. So you have to adjust to the climate of what's going on. That's what I'm saying.
So can I respond to that, because I'm about to drop off. I understand why. I understand what you're saying, August, and I understand that there's been a pattern of behavior you can experience a pattern of behavior that will make you feel like I should adjust what it is that I do. But I'm gonna say this, and that we talked about earlier the difference between dating and courting, and we say, oh, we should get to courting, and this is the thing. The reason why we don't have courting, the word courting comes from is an African tradition of a court, and that's where I've interacted with people from my birth, my family, my aunts, my uncles, everybody around in the village. I've interacted with them to the point where they know my character, right? They know who I am as a person. So then when I become of age, when I'm ready to marry, I have a court of people surrounding me that can speak to my character. They know my weaknesses, they know my strengths. And then you have a court of people around you who know you, and they can say, you guys can get together. We don't have to have six figures. We don't have to have every T crossed and every I dotted, because we have a court of people that say, hey, I just want you to know she has this type of weakness, but we're going to stand behind her and help her. And he has this weakness, and we're going to stand behind him and help him. And we're invested in the success of what you have. When nobody's willing to hold the standard, which is what we have right now, nobody is trustworthy enough to be in the court. So when there's no one trustworthy enough to build a court, you get out here and you vet wrong, you choose wrong, you have no standard. That's why it's important that standards be the thing that's the hill I die on. If you don't do right, if you never see things my way, if it never goes the way I want it to go, I'm dying on this hill, because that's my standard. My life is governed by a set of principles, and I'm going to live that whether you do right or not. Until man and woman have that type of thing, I'm willing to die about what it is that I say. It'll never be the same. You can't, that speaks to the character of the person, when your standards and your morals and everything changes based on how external situations and people treat you. So that's I just wanted to say that I think this was an excellent conversation. I'm sleepy, but I wanted to jump up here, and I appreciate everything that everybody brought. Hamp, you sleepy too? You should go. Final thoughts so we can get up out of here.
Yeah,
but
man.
I'm going. Good night. Good night,
All right,
everybody.
see, be safe.
Hey, can I respond to what she just said? I just wanted to respond to what she was talking about real quick. I was going to say that I understand what she's talking about when you speak on setting standards, and I understand what everybody's talking about. As men, we want to set the precedent and set the standard, but the community is fractured. Everybody is on a different path right now. The community is fractured. So the only standard that you can set in this community is the standard you set in your own house. Once we get the houses under control, then it connects or webs into a community. You can't set a standard in a fractured community. That's just pure chaos. Where you can set a standard is in your own home. So in my house, I set the standard. The men do what they have to do. The women do what they have to do in my house. That's the standard. And so it'll bridge out when my sons go out into the world and experience the world, because I've already instituted that in their mind. But I can't expect to set a standard in pure chaos. I have to be able to react to that chaos effectively because I got to get the fuck home to my people, and I don't have time to have to deal with no litigations or shit like that or disparagement of my character. So I have to protect myself for my family. So, but I get where you're coming from. I get where all y'all coming from. But the standard set at your house. That's where you set the standard at.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's probably an overarching issue. What you'll find is you want to leave them to their own devices in hopes that they correct themselves by seeing the repercussions of their actions. The truth is what though? Actually, they already say they don't need a man, and then all you're gonna do is prove their point that men ain't shit. See, I told you them niggas wasn't X, Y, and Z. So unfortunately, that's gonna backfire as it already been doing. In terms of standards inside your household, you have to keep those standards regardless of where you are. Otherwise, do they actually exist?
No, I think what they're going to see is they're going to see the households that are thriving because it's hard out here. So the households that are thriving are going to be the ones where the man is a part of his family and they're thriving together. And so that understanding is going to be what they have to see visually. You can't just force somebody into changing their mindset. Sometimes they have to see it for themselves. So I think that them seeing the intact family and how some families are progressing and why those families are progressing is going to institute the change in their mind to be able to say, you know what, I probably should find a man that I can partner up with and, fall under his covering and institute it like that.
It doesn't make actual sense if you live in the reality in which we live in. Gender is fluid. Right? The truth is subjective. You have to do a little bit more than just represent it. You need to offer correction and do the right thing outside of the people that belong to you. Right? Because that's not a big enough pool of people to effectuate real change. If you allow your neighbor to be doing any type of shit at his house because it's his house, I would say that your standards are shit and piss. So if my neighbors has some shit going on that I think would affect my children, I'm gonna address it.
Well, yeah, that's different though. I can't affect what's in his house. I can't go to his house and set a standard in his house.
Well, what I'm saying is I think
he's not coming in and setting no standard in my house, because we know how that's gonna go down. So I'm not going to that man's house and try to set a standard in his house.
Well, and
I
that's
have to
what I'm
allow
saying.
him to be who he is.
Well, that's my point, right? It's a small. You just. I don't know. I just be seeing life so much different, man.
I mean, I'm trying to be there with you though, but I help people that's outside of my house. I got a community of them.
Yeah, so like the community with the brothers, like it's just a different ball game. Niggas don't be playing that dumb shit. Like it's real. Like you have to do the things. You have to do them, or else there are repercussions for men. Let me get ATN real quick, but it's a good conversation, August, right? I think your viewpoint that you're presenting is strong, so it allows for a good discourse. And even to say that I understand, I think it's thorough. It could be better than the one that I currently have. I'm just not so sure yet.
I'm open-minded to hear something else too, because I want to learn.
Yeah. AT, what's popping?
What's going on? What's going on, everybody?
What's good with you, man? Ricky? How you doing, bro?
I'm good. So I've been listening in, and I think the thing is, though, I think we have to remember, which I think this is what the older people are saying, or what community is. We are responsible for one another to a certain extent. We do have to have conversations, which I think is why things are failing the way that they do. We're going in stuff in bad faith, and we're going in it afraid of one another, rather than being able to embrace one another and being able to hold one another to some sort of standard. We're not telling somebody what to do in their house, but there should be certain behaviors that we should not be willing to do in public, because we have to realize that those things are a reflection of us in some type of way, which would go to the other brother's point about police brutality. if we would eliminate certain behaviors, we would eliminate cops or anybody else from having certain views on us. So I think the thing that I look at is that I don't go into these conversations thinking the worst of somebody. I go in it thinking that, you know, I can put myself in a situation where I can help somebody. Because I don't like, I think a lot of times, even in relationships, I think people a lot of people run away at the sight of danger, or at the sight of hurt, or the sight of something happening. So I think like we shouldn't think the worst of people, and I think that's most of the time that's what's happening now. You think the absolute worst of a person, and we can't see the human in them.
I think that's a strong point. I think that's a strong point. I think of specific people when I have that deferential treatment, because I understand the human aspect, but everybody ain't my people either.
Oh yeah, and I'm not saying I'm not saying that to say that you just have to recognize that, but I'm saying in general, I just look at even when
I see what you're saying.
When it comes down to conversation, like for instance, when it comes down to conversation and being able to just have a general conversation with somebody, our social skills are very lacking, and our ability to just be able to touch one another in a certain way, as far as like being in public. A lot of people don't know how to do it. And not even just I mean, even if you're talking about dating, then you're talking about like look at how hard it is for people to just be able to conversate and have a general conversation with one another. So I guess that, to me, all of that happens online, and people don't have to do it anymore because we can do it on social media, and we don't really have to have those type of interactions anymore like that.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here, Hemp, man. You need to get some sleep, bro. Y'all be easy, man. Be safe, man. Y'all have a great night.
Uncle Rick, man. I love you. Be safe, man.
You too, man.
Yeah, I got a day off tomorrow. I'll be out in that damn truck with them assholes tomorrow.
But you know what, Hemp? I go to the stores every day just so I can see some women. That's what I love to do. And they so pleasant. They nice and shit. You know, they might need something off a top shelf. Hell, I help them with that shit. But sometimes, I got a lot of time on my hands, so I can just, I just go to the stores and shit around my area, and everybody's just, they pleasant.
Yeah.
I mean, every now and then you're going to get somebody, a woman that's going to clock out or whatever. And sometimes, they might need to hear us just say, hey, baby, is it okay? Yeah, all right.
And that's Kentucky, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is it a free state?
No, we Commonwealth.
Oh, okay. Kentucky, boy. Between you and Hank, I don't know who more country. God, I ain't going to Kentucky.
We don't live that far. Come to find out, we don't live that far from each other, man.
Yeah. Kentucky, boy.
Hey, home Muhammad Ali, man. Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, man. Jesus Christ, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Jack with the $2 says, left and came back to Cyberstalk. Love C. Great show. See, heavy tips with the $5 says, if men expect sex before marriage, have men changed with the women? Damn, that's a
Wait, if men expect sex before marriage, have men changed with the women?
Yeah.
Well, it's like, again, what we said before here. The concept of marriage changed because, man, you don't have virgins. You don't have the complaint. There's no virgins before marriage.
But John, who putting dick in them though? The point is, yes.
Go ahead, dude. The point I'm making here.
All right.
Okay, let me make it quick. The point I'm making here is that if we're looking at the value of marriage being married, men did not have virgins to marry anymore because women wanted to be liberated. That's why there was a lack of virgins. Women wanted to be sexually liberated. That's all I'm saying, man. That's why there was the lack of virgins in marriage.
Well, thank you. That's all I can say. Thank you.
again, we've had that conversation here. That's all I'm saying. So I'm trying to figure out what Heavy Tits is trying to say here.
No,
Women
what she's
change
saying.
that dynamic.
No, she said what she's saying
What do I
is
miss?
based on what Crimson said, what August and I were conversing about. Did men change, right? If men expect, that's the key word, sex before marriage, we want to sample it before we buy it, right? Have men changed with the women? You see what I'm saying? So quite often, men are not marrying those chicks that they didn't smash.
I don't think. No, I don't think. No, I don't. I don't think men are expecting sex before marriage. It's the women that are offering sex. Women control the sex. So if a
Men
woman reserve,
expect sex before marriage.
if
Come
a
on.
woman were to reserve, if you're dealing with a virgin and she's reserving sex before you marry her, would you still marry her? Absolutely.
So right? We took the virgin point out, right?
Okay, so if she's
Oh.
having sex, then that's a different conversation.
Well, so the world that we live in, right? Sex come before marriage. The majority of sex that is had is casual.
Right. Agreed.
Right?
Yes.
So when we dating women, right? When you was outside before you got married, you expect to clap some cheeks before you marry her. 2-second date. Like when you was outside, I'm sure it was half of the first date. You clapping cheeks.
If she wasn't already having sex and wanted to wait, I would probably marry her.
We wouldn't even make it to the date, man. I'm just be honest with you.
I would marry her. If you're losing that dynamic, they doing it.
I'm
So
not
that's
gonna
what
lie,
it
Hemp,
is.
I
They
can't
doing it, so
lie,
we
Hemp.
doing it.
Hemp, I can't
It's not
lie.
an expectation. It ain't
Hemp,
no
I can't
expectation.
lie, man. Hemp, I can't lie, man. I'm trying to get it as soon. Nah, I'm trying to get it. I ain't gonna lie.
Niggas would expect to have sex before marriage. That's the point. It's an interesting point to understand because men have changed. We changed.
Okay, we've adapted.
Even a virgin,
We've
niggas is trying to.
We're responding to the dating market, so they've adapted.
You know
That's
what's
what it
still-
is.
We set the dating market. You do realize that we set all this shit in motion, right, August? Men did.
August, you realize
I understand what you're
enforce-
saying. I know how, but I know what you're saying. But
you military, you quite literally enforced rules, freedoms, everything, right?
Yes.
Women got all these rights because of great men like yourself provided them.
Yeah, with this
You know
bullshit.
what? August, thanks for nothing, man. You know?
Yo, hell.
Yo, I'm tired, John.
You're dirty, hell. You're dirty, bro.
Look, he got the army. He got the green on and off. August, you was in the Marines, right?
Yeah, Marine. Yep.
Yeah, my dad. He getting old. I'm like, we was at this bar, and I'm like, yeah, he in the army, right? He was in the army. I ain't no fucking army. I do something. He was saying like, the lady like, sir,
It'd be like that.
And there was two Marines like sitting close. You know what I mean? So they had a whole session. MC Heavy Tip to find out says Joswell. Is that what you're saying? Joswell has been those type of women on blast. Oh, and these women get called out. Oh, that must be somebody.
Yeah,
I'm gonna look
I
it
see
up.
that.
Yeah. Machine with the $5 says today's women look at mitigating risk as fear when any person in business knows when not to jump into a bad deal. Come on now. Jarice with the $2 says Hamp said I'm an asshole. Hey man, join the club,
Yeah,
brother.
he did. He said that. Yeah.
Join the club.
Hey.
Yep. Damn, man. Nah, this was a good episode, bro. This was a good episode. I think I'm gonna clip this whole thing up.
The
I want
panel was able to maintain good discourse.
Yeah, 100%. I think I'm gonna clip this whole thing up so we can get this footage out in the segments of people conducting themselves and having an actual conversation. But we got up to 545 people with no stupidity. You know what I'm saying? I think that's something to behold and continue to perpetuate because it's actually better. When people actually listening, it's actually better.
Was this something to do with looking at the people you put on the panel that we had a back chat discussion of, or is this something you already had in motion? Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's something I had in motion. John, yeah, it's something I had in motion.
Bet. Cool.
Yeah, 100% of the time. But all the different information I get from you, from a lot of brothers that hit me up,
Yeah.
I try to do my best to consider it. It's different sitting in this seat. But nevertheless, when you message me, the intentions are good, right? And so that's largely what I'm looking at. I say, okay, what does John want me to see from this information? Even if I don't like it at times, maybe not from, but just anytime, like people like, you should do this, you should that. You like, come on now, but nevertheless, they mean well, is my assumption I would say for the majority. And therefore I'm like, okay, even though I'm tired of hearing this shit, what can I adapt it, take from it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I
Heavy is the head.
as soon as
Heavy
that
is the head.
show ended on Wednesday, John, I literally, because like a person like Crimson, you gotta kind of, there's just schedules and busy, and she don't go late. So I had to get in contact with her ASAP so she could, okay, I'm gonna do a late show. You know what I mean? So, but it was good, and I think Sway learned from that episode because we actually talked about it last Friday. When he came on the panel, I forget what I was reviewing, and then he came on the panel. He's like, when I said I was disappointed, he asked me, was I talking about him? I would say not only you, but yes, because remember I said he kind of helped me come back up with this idea. Because remember I was doing the generation panels, and so he brought it back to my attention. So essentially, I consider him like a producer of sorts. You know what I'm saying? So naturally, I will hold you to a higher standard, right? Because you kind of help me put it together and say, let's have the conversation. So I think he did good today.
He seemed more composed, although the old nigga sentiment was still there. But that's something to be addressed because in my mind, as you said, and a few others said, there's a gap here. So what Sway may not understand is that I'm not going to have the conversation directly with him per se. If there's something I want to get to him, I'm going to go through the person closest to me, which would be you, Ham. You are my proxy. You are my messenger. So that's how I would work. So in the military, where you have the chain of command, for here we'll just call it a lineage of respect. Meaning that if there's something that the young brother is not getting what I'm saying because I'm removed, because I've gotten to an age where I'm aged out, he doesn't see me relevant, I will talk to the person next to him who was closest to get my point across.
Yeah, I think that's solid. And I think that's a realization that people need to come to. And it's a tough pill to swallow at times, but it takes just us. Go ahead.
No, I don't want to interrupt you. I was going to say something.
I wasn't about to say shit for real. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that speaking to what y'all was saying, I hold doors open for women, personally, but I understand where they're coming from. Bro, I do, man. I understand where they're coming from. I was arguing their point because I empathize with them and I see where they're coming from. You know what I mean? But in the real life, I hold doors for women. I don't even really, care about a thank you for real, but I just understand and empathize where they're coming from. So I'm a millennial, so I deal with a lot of youngest. They all, all my youngest follow me and, I mentor them. So I understand the thought process that they're having. And so when I bring it here, I'm trying to get the old heads to be able to bridge the gap in their thought process because I understand both. That's why I was able to translate a little bit from what I think I forget his name, but he was up here.
Yeah, regardless, but I think I think it was good. I think you representing that viewpoint allowed for the conversation to manifest how it did. Hey, Chris, be safe. And I think I knew that. You know what I'm saying? When you're saying it now, I'm not taken aback, right? Because I do that a lot too, right? I'll play a devil's advocate or somebody's advocate, and then we'll have the conversation opens up, So, that's good, man. That's good. So I'm proud of everybody today. I had fun with this one. It was easy, which I think I'll need to
like-minded folks.
Yeah, 100%. And even and I think the conversation, like HQ made sure she came on the real shit. She wasn't, windmilling and just capping.
Like in the comments.
Yeah, she'd be wild.
Wilding out on MM on Media Man. Hey, you got a
Man,
hell of a collection
bro.
plate last night.
Yeah, it was a good one. It was a good one. We TMBR be pretty highly ranked. I don't know if you guys ever seen this thing called Playboard. But it tell all your business though. So it'll tell like how many views, super chats, like it literally says every sync down to the penny. Which I don't even know if it's invasive or not, but everybody's up there. But TMBR was number 13 on the list from 1 to 100. Like it was like Tim Cass, then it was like this might be risky. You know, Tim Cass is huge, boring as fuck, huge.
Yeah, white boy.
You know?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
There's always some like who TD Snakes be up at the top a lot. You know, for whatever I guess he streams or whatever. So yeah, man. Damn. They keep calling me Hampy. God damn it. Jay Villa, salute, man. Everybody, man, I appreciate you guys. This was a dope show. I will see y'all on Friday. I think I know what I'm gonna review. I think I know. I think I need August. I think I need you to come on a panel on Friday.
Got you for sure.
I think niggas showing love is something we gotta break down. you know.
I want to say real quick. My mind started to understand what you was talking about when you talk about the community. You know what I mean? The community that you come from, where y'all hold each other to that standard. And then what I was saying was the other side. But I get that's where we want to be at. Is where you at already.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When it comes to community,
you on the way.
So I understand that. Yeah, for sure. 100%. For sure.
Damn, man, it'd be good though. Dragonfly, he always call me this. Y'all crazy as shit, man. My wife's like, "Who be calling you all them nicknames?" I'm like, "Everybody, girls and guys, everybody." So,
no, you won't get happy out of me. Absolutely not. No, not at all.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it. Yeah, man, it was a great discourse. Salute the mic, man. All right, y'all, man. I love y'all, man. Y'all be safe. Do the right thing. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do, man. I'll see y'all on Friday, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. And we out.